Hey guys, it's Tong Pass with another game, Total War 3 Kingdoms here in the 190 expanded mod pack beta test once more. We're working on edicts and faction council stuff today, but also, we gotta play the game, right? Obviously, we gotta play the game. We're here with our special boy, Zhao Gongsun, and the lady of the house, He Jinping. Now, we are at Tong Pass, so just like right outside of Chang'an, where the Emperor awaits, waiting for us to come and get him. Now, they've attacked us over the internet as we were besieging them, which is just what we want to see, of course. Observe! The White Horse rides to battle. Hey Luke. Yeah, you know, I watched a lot of YouTube videos yesterday, and you know, daydreamed about how I would learn how to play last night after the timidity and the horsemen. And well, the other thing is that Zhao Yun is really quite good at fighting, isn't he? And so being able to win a duel or two with supreme confidence is quite nice. Speaking of confidence, we just need to be in a good spot here, because now we're back to I can behave the way I want to with this faction, because I got 105 speed White Horse fellows. We did an assignment here already a couple ways, but yeah, so White Horse fellows have a huge bonus versus infantry, so they sort of perform the one yellow sweeper for the end. You know, they just lack, you know, shields and the missile resist, but they're really quite good at killing archers. There's 60 of them as well, you know, so that's another facet that makes them quite good at being a sweeper. But yeah, you know, we a little bit of fire arrows. Gotta have a little bit of fire arrows. We've got the assignment. Yeah, I know, an assignment on enemy territory. Look at me now. Look at me now. So we have 250 range on the repeaters. So we're gonna outrange their archers by a good number. We don't have the circles and stuff here, because I guess it's a commander that gives you that, and not a strategist. But of course, they don't have too much heat. Now, we've got a little bit of a morale problem, not so bad. We have 6 more from defending, that's right. Because we are quite low on military supplies for reasons that are obvious. You know, the gauge pass. But, you know, you just keep your axes back. A long line of guys with shields and preferably swords, because the melee evasion plus this on the sword guards here. Now, these are somewhat boosted stats, but still right now we're looking at 80% melee evasion, so really good. New discoveries for rain testing. Yeah, some of the faction events weren't working quite right, or they were linked to like Yellow Turban faction things rather than, you know, so it's supposed to be one that gives you a tech, and I believe he's working on it, but it gives you an extra technology, and but it was like a research rate thing, and then I discovered that if you like reloaded, that the edicts would like let you select another one, but yeah, I felt very proud of myself every time I found anything. I'm like, yes, I'm so useful. But we're gonna get up here on the harass and see if Li Zhuo wants to duel again. We got a G of Heavenly Mandate, which is an amazing weapon, and that's what Zhao Yun's using now. Unless we get like Lu Bu's halberd or something, that'll be what we stick with. It's real good. His ability and the mod pack rebalancing gives you 250 melee damage and 50 AP damage. So, you know, 250%. So big AP damage isn't as desirable because it can go up there. And then also hit chance, immune to fatigue, unbreakable, and encourage. It's the same, the abilities on there are different, but it's the same as Tenacity of Steel is in the mod pack now, barring that. But we are going to be able to get away because we're very fast. We're very fast. She's got 116 speed. They're invincible. Oh yeah, so invincible actually has quite low regular melee damage. It gives you a big armor boost and expertise, but this has like 900 more base weapon damage, so it becomes like 3,000 more damage whenever his ability gets pumped, whereas invincible becomes oh, just like 700, and that is certainly superior. Because the 1K, so that would be like the G of Heavenly Mandate. That's Lu Bu's weapon is also on that scale. But like, I'll happily sit in the woods and shoot at y'all. I don't mind. Because I outranged them tremendously, and I have not used all my ammo yet. I'm sure they'll get tired of me shooting them. Like, I will shoot at the red cav, but you know, just, I mean, can't argue with success, right? Because if they want to let me shoot up a whole unit of these, I mean, the trees are hardly hitting that many of the arrows down. I think we're fine, actually, you know. No, we should focus on the red cav. They're right there, after all. Yeah, the thing about Blue Blade is, so you are getting basically the same. I haven't looked at it yet in the mod, but I think it's probably around this melee damage base because the Blade of Shangyu is 750, 400 split, so it's probably right around there, right? And if it is that, then you're still not going to get that first 1,000 AP there, which turns into another 500 additional. So I think the big halberd is the way to go. But there are a couple weapons that I would, you know, Lu Bu's spear or halberd, but really the old Ling Tong's weapons, if they increase the attack speed in this as they did in the base version, then they will likely be the best things. Set bonuses, unlikely to make up for the difference. I forget what they were, but unlikely. It's really a very huge discrepancy. You're losing something like 75 armor piercing damage. Because even with the Blue Blade knocking down their regular damage, well, what if they're not that armored? Best case scenario, you knock down their armor 50%. But you could just be doing that much damage all the time, no matter what, if they're highly armored, and then way more if they're not armored. Testing will be needed. I totally believe in this guy now, so we'll certainly be playing them again. There's got to be maybe that's like the point of one of, like in 194, like would Liu Bei have him there? You know, so that would be like, obviously this expansion is for, this 190 expanded is for what we have in front of us, the 190. Yeah, I think it's just because the abilities you get him as an event is the okay. Remember, I got him on my very first run, but you know I didn't appreciate him fully. I still don't, you know, but one day I might. We're just gonna shoot these archers. You know, shooting the cavalry would be better, but I lost sight of the reds. Makes me think they'll be up here soon. Of course, these guys are amazing sweepers when it's done, and you know, with 72 melee evasion, if they're fighting anything that is not spears, they'll be fine. And even against spears, they'll still have some melee evasion left. We dueled Li Jue earlier with the Golden Boy. Yes. And he has definitely been why things have been working out so far. People have been wanting to duel, you know, they've been wanting to. But now they don't anymore. Shame. We dueled like Han Qian. He is level 1, but still, we only had like a little amount of points. We dueled this dude that was at full HP when we had like 7,000. I was like, I bet we're good. I bet we got it. we're going to open up on their cav here. And be a little bit of a menace here. They don't have crossbows, so we don't have to worry about getting caught up too much here. We're just going to take a shot. Yeah, just take a shot. Because these big, expensive cavalry are going to get broken off just on the back of, yeah, just on the back of White Horse fellows, and then we're gonna punch into him here. Yeah, boom, baby. Of course, they'll be back and in greater numbers, but so we've got decent horses. We've got an elite horse there. We just need to, you know, he's jumped by reds, but he's the only guy that is in the middle of it, so we'll be able to get him out with a little bit of careless microing, a little bit of careful whispering, and the Raider Cav are still taking shots as we leave. Beautiful stuff. And we got Taishitsi, of course, and we've got a cool little bandit sentinel. Yang Feng got executed. Nobody knows how. And Zhu Huang is running that faction. We've released him twice. You know my opinion on the guy. But maybe when his faction gets knocked out, he'll find his way home. We're in a coalition, a military alliance with Han Fu and Yuan Shao. And things are great. You know, we're over at the Tong Pass, but we've got about half of the Black Mountains is ours. And then the other half, you know, we're sharing a little bit. We've got the whole upper ridge between where we started and over here. But, you know, Yuan Shao didn't confederate Han Fu. Wonder if it's worth dismounting if you get caught by Red Cav. They will lose the bonus, but I think it's not worth it because then when they flank you, right, they're still getting all of their flanking bonuses, and you're not going to be able to, like, keep them from wheeling around on you. You're still going to need to get on your horse. Maybe it's fine. But here we're going to just, you know, have a time. Because if you get amazing horses, you can still act like we used to. I was trying to do it. I didn't realize my horses had, you know, like, no speed, but we've got boosted speed. This is an elite horse. And then, you know, a little bit more juice even beyond that. But we're just trying to be a menace. Like, she moved way far away. He'll be alright. She'll be back in no time. But the Saber Infantry don't even make contact. And then here, we're going to countercharge in here and here. Charge the infantry there and there. Sort of leaving this line a little wonky. You know, there's a lot of them here, right? But importantly, we are winning very, very roundly this first engagement. Go ahead and get this here. Back up. Don't want the Red Cav to get in there. But they've run right into our spears, so that's good for us. We get onto the sax band, and they have a whole lot of fellows in the trees here. We're in spears with Zhao Yun. It's not great, but we're going to be able to hit a flames roar here that should crack everything on this front. And then the lady can get back here, be a menace. Hit here. That axe band is not long for the world. We get a red v yellow, exactly what we want to see. And then here, we just want to... Beautiful. Beautiful. Amazing. And then Zhao Yun should have a fun time jumping in here because the spears are not really around here. Yeah. There we go. And then we're just going to get on the big guy, everybody's favorite. He's a jolly old fellow. This isn't his gate pass to defend, but he's still here. The gate pass had an admin. We did execute him. I forget his name. But now it's time for Zhao Yun to dismount. And if you won't duel me, well, then we will hit you here. And even with a lot of speed, you're not getting away from the beautiful bull. He's going to hit you like 4 more times. And that will be all that she was written down. There you go. Zhao Yun is the only character since I played with the battle rebalancing that still plays exactly like the old one. He feels in no way less strong than the original. Except at like beating up a single unit, I guess. But now we very much need to beat them up on the exit. As we are running through the Flaming Forest, though, that is going to make things a little messy for us as we try to roll them up. Because we need to do maximal damage here. And of course, once we take the gate pass, we'll be able to muster up another army there. No, because we only have 1 army. Maybe we could get a tech for an army. I don't know if we have access to that one. It'd be worth taking. And then we could get another army here for the jump on meeting. Made dangerous with the rest of our suffers. Yeah, it just depends on what's there, though, too. Because... if it's red cav, yeah, but if there's any yellow cav around, then, they quite want you to be on foot. Avoiding if there's spears around, it's almost like it's good that they dismount you. You almost want to get dismounted. Speaking of, if there's spears around right here. We need to get our guys out of there pronto. We jump on the axe band here, and then we jump on the archer militia here. Fortunately, these archers are, I think, the real ones that are defending the place, and they have elected to run away from our forces into the single worst place to run away from them, the withering fire of our own crossbows. We get on them here, and dive on them there. But also, Gongsun Zan has 35% to family estates as his faction leader position, which I guess is a thing from vanilla, but I did not know that. I load in, I'm like, 4K family estates. Very nice. But, the 1 right horse fellow that we started with and the 2 lance cavalry, we might have upgraded them at some point, but I could never spare the cash, right? Could never spare it. It doesn't make sense to me, they're just very poor. Yeah, some stuff like that, especially if it's in the base game, it might just be... this is what he got to give him a little leg up, which is what I think family estates, represents a realistic thing, but it also represents we're going to help this faction out no matter what's going on type of mechanic, right? It's basically impervious to all the problems that you could have with your income. So it's like, Cao Cao in the spawn, he's got his 50% family estates running the faction, Yuan Shao starts with his bonus, and then his son heir's bonus. So, it's like you're gonna make a bunch of cash that other people aren't making. Then you're Liu Bei, you have less of a militia cost. But my voice might need to chill on this, huh? And by that, I mean have a nice soothing Mountain Dew. Yum. I don't know what it tastes like, but I sure do like it. Alright, the Archer Captain, that's the most important thing to get down. We get onto these G infantry. These Archer Captains get absolutely mauled on the retreat. This is exactly what we needed. This is exactly what we needed on the retreat here. Very, very heavy destruction of the foe. They're down to 13. That'll be enough. Because they're at the gate pass and under siege, so this was a beautiful roll-up, every bit as good as you could want. Also, in the rework, mending heals you slightly less, but has infinite uses, or, you know, finite but expanding uses, based on the amount of time in your battle. It's like 1.1 over the 10 seconds, but it's like a, you know, you also get the evasion, I think, armor boost, but, you know, if it goes on for 40 minutes, you can heal up. No more cost the cavalry roll. Yeah, you know, the quite amazing White Horse fellows getting 430 kills. See, that is mighty knockback plus huge bonus first infantry. These guys are awesome. Yeah, using less of it and using it properly. What I had been doing, you know, is trying to provoke a cavalry engagement in the midfield and beat up on them early. Now the paradigm is using one skirmishing cavalry archer to provoke them and get hits in on them, draw them into the web of repeating arrow fire, and then hopefully not even charge their red cav at all on the first part of the engagement, and they'll just get withered down by what we've got there, because the crossbows have quite big range, right? We take the replin here. And then, yeah, and using less of it in general, because we have been trying to do, like, you know, 6 cavalry. That's too many. You know, you want... And we'd be getting too many spears. You want 3 or 4 spears, probably, right? Depending on what you're facing. Spears are good if there's a lot of yellow cavalry, but are you going to be facing that much of it? Because your red cavalry is good against yellow cavalry. You just need a little bit of red cavalry for that, right? And then, you know, and you only need enough spears to handle business that's around, and then you need a whole bunch of sword and board guys, because that evasion is super important for sticking in for a while, and then a couple of axes so that your dudes can prey on the people in the front with the shield breaker, but not too many axes because they're not that strong. And I think that is the general paradigm of it. So you actually move away from, like, the spear guard, unless you have formations, in which case, you know, cool, but I don't really. But, yeah, so, like, 2 axes and 4 sword and board, like, 2 regular archers, 1 blue, yeah, I mean, we could look at our army instead of just talking about it, yeah. But, yeah, 1 blue, 2 red, 3 green, 2 axes, 4 sword and board, 2 regular archers, 4 repeating crossbows, with an option for these to be whatever the ranged unit is that puts out damage. Clearly seeing the White Horse fellows put up 450 kills there. A lot of that was in the mop-up, but probably only 200 of the kills, you know. Really good stuff. And then, of course, this faction is good, and Mighty Knockback is good, but he's going to open the gate for us. Well, you know, that makes sense. Obviously, we will accept the offer. Also, look who it is. I want to talk to you, Lucci. I just want to be your best friend. Did they make you the Grand Commandant? They made her the Grand Commandant. And of course, so we, short version of how it went, right? Start out here, bing, bam, hit Liu Yu, roll him over here. He's still alive. I forgot that he was part of the quests. But he's over here being a menace. So we pieced out with him, got a marriage alliance and, treaties and personal friendship and all sorts of stuff with Yuan Shao. And we're in a military alliance with Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Han Fu, who's doing, just fine for himself over here. Liu Bei is minding his own, and the Bandit Queen's hanging out over here, and we've, Cao Cao took this land off of Yuan Shu, and we pieced out with him. But, yeah, just, I've stopped treating people, I was making category errors, right? We were treating people like things that they weren't. This horse is fast. This is a 95 speed horse. We were treating all horses like they were 95 or 100 speed, right? But if you have, the red horse, it is 62 speed. We were absolutely running around with brown horses and then just being like, man, why can't I get away? Is it clear the edicts apply to adjacent regions? I did not check that they did, and I wouldn't actually have assumed that they would. In fact, I did not think that they did at all. I did not think to check. Perhaps there's some verbiage here on it. But, I did not know that was what was going on, but alright, so this one gets a 4 from, oh yeah, it's definitely happening, right? Because this is 8 from other, that's because there's 2 edicts, it's still not showing up upon a reload, but we can see where they are, right? So this one's getting a magistrate court, and this one's getting... Oh, because they're both happening here, so... And I've got one happening here and here. So this one gets the 8 because of the 2 on the other side. Yeah, we've got 4 here. 4 here. 4 here, but yeah, no, we should look at the other in the listing. Which only one takes effect. Agent Inspector Governing Commander may enact one edict, may enforce to revoked, could be changed at any time. So if we do this. Yeah, it's drawn from the inspector's traits and always apply at full strength. Oh, yeah, no, it does. It totally does say it, doesn't it? Why won't I read? It is clear if you read that it says it right there. Applies to the governed commandery and adjacent regions you control. Yeah, because it says it. Yes, it's very clear. Crystal clear. No, because it totally makes sense, because the effect says applies to this one and that one, and what it is a local effect that applies to this one and any other thing that it applied to. I think it's clear. If I had just read this line, I feel like I'm shouting. If I had just read the line, which is clearly written down, as a note, I feel like maybe that being written down up here as part of it might be like affect adjacent regions. I don't want to be like, no, it is my fault for not reading. I feel like maybe other people may not read it though, but that's really important, and I did not know that, and I looked at that screen and the various edicts probably 50 or 70 times. But yeah, it did not register to me. But again, I am like a child, but you know, terrifyingly tall, if a child. I'm not like that tall of a person. I'm merely 6'2", but if I was a child and this tall, you know what I mean. That would be more worrisome. You would be like, oh no, a giant. And then I would regale you with all of my impressions from The Princess Bride, and you would have to pretend to be impressed. That's basically how it would go, but don't worry, that's not going to happen to you today. Now we need to level up our faction. Well, if we get the Emperor, then we'll do that anyway. And then, of course, we don't even have to go in. We opened the gates, and we already tuned them up so decisively that we just get a beautiful hit. Some manufacturing council. Bonus technology. We've got one to quicker building for learning buildings, which I think is working, but we're just we can't actually upgrade this one because we're at the city. But I think we're gonna check it. I think it's on. But I've been getting technologies. But when it falls off, we're gonna look at this one at the top and see if it's 5 or 2. Because it says learning. And I'm not sure if that's supposed to apply to temples. It might apply to temples, right? Because this one's at 2. So maybe learning means Confucian temples. And to me, learning means schools. But, so we'll figure that out. And I guess it just is a matter of what, the expectation. I have for what it would be, because it could also be what if it's attached to Yellow Turban learning things, but we'll see. We will see when it falls off if it's there. And then there's some that I haven't seen yet, but one's like mint new coinage, so you do inflationary stuff, but you get like a bunch of money, like 5k or something. And then there's one that I haven't seen, but that was being brainstormed, so maybe we'll see a form of it where you get lower satisfaction in return for big bonus from tributary income. Isn't that exciting? And Euphalo is getting tuned up by the big guy over here. What do we want to do? We want more food, right? Yes, that's exactly what we want. And we kind of need to drop this tax building and get a garrison here pronto, especially if we're getting the Emperor there. That would make it too attractive of a place to be. And then we're just going to roll up here, because we need to eliminate them. Hopefully Zhu Huang will be in there. The thing is you can hardly starve out a gate pass. But it's a bandit gate pass, and they have pretty crummy garrisons in the past. We'll see if that remains to be true forever, but they definitely... I remember in the Zhengzheng campaign, level 5 bandit gate pass, not very impressive troops, right? But... bandits don't defend, right? Here we're getting a little bit of help there. The faction support is stabilizing. How quick? 3 turns. It's not so bad, because we need to heal up a bit. And yeah, well, even with the negative support, the buildings plus what we've got going on, big boost. And level 5 for our boy here. Now, Adamant Resolve is pretty cool, but I think this melee evasion for the retinue is going to pay off more, right? Yeah, it's going to be great. We'll train them in. And then now she's got the night battle and the resourcefulness. Gongsun Zan is now, we got him for the replenishment, but we can put somebody else in command. because we could get bravery and zeal from him, or we could get the night battles, precision and resourcefulness from her. So probably her. But yeah, so just a quick thing. So you look at Invincible, right? 200 melee damage base, 950 AP, 15% armor. That's cool. And then this with the Mighty Tiger armor. Don't know how to get it. Maybe someday we'll figure it out. But anyway, even with that, you get fatigue resistance, which this horse gives you, and 10% melee AP, which is something. But that just brings you to, a number. The GF Heavenly Mandate, 1.1 and 1.1, right? They swing this 4 faster on Invincible, but you get 900 more melee damage based and another 150 on the armor. But yeah, that 900 melee damage base, because of this elemental vigor there, ends up being thousands. And then the it's just way better. And then this, the baby protector thing, 50% melee damage. Even with that, you're probably still gonna do way more damage with this, although the Blue Blade has its utility for like blob fights, which this wouldn't have. It's level rated, and I need the MTU event mod. I see. I see. But I don't think I have that. But now I know. Everything's good on this front here. The learning is promoted, and everything is coming up Millhouse. Now we just want to... do we... You don't need to throw good money after bad. This place doesn't need a garrison, because if this place is needing a garrison, we've got other problems, right? This is the middle of the place, and it's safe. We built this garrison a long time ago. I don't think they're going to come up this way. And if they do, we've got, a wall. I think it's fine to get it down. We can get more econ out there. Because when I started building that, I thought we were going to be fighting over here for a bit, but then we just rolled up on them. I desperately want an army over there again, but we just got to finish this off first. Tell you who I'm impressed with is Gongsun Zhu. This dude, tenacity of steel with a little dual sword, man. He was getting it done. He won himself a couple duels, made us proud. We weren't around personally, the father, that is to say. We, the broad and indistinct we. I know I'm supposed to go get the Emperor, but I mean... Imagine that you just saw the One Ring, and you know that it's like the ring, and you're not supposed to, lose sight of what you're doing on account of the ring, but look, she's right there. It's the G. What? One day I might learn to say her name right. I'm lying. I won't. Not because I don't want to. G. I don't know. Probably closer than I've ever gotten before. I think there's something with the mouth. Do undulums? I mean, broadly speaking, not precisely, but it would give me prestige. Well, we might want the Emperor so that he won't tell us to stop fighting people, and a son has been born to Yuan Tan and our daughter, Gongsun, so joyous day there, and a kindred set of swords here, and, well, that's good. Time to brawl, my boy. And now, fresh off of his victories, his father sends him a pair of beautiful swords and says, I'm so proud of you. I heard you stabbed people. That's my jam. That was great. Did you do it while riding a horse? He's like, some of the time, Dad, some of the time. And, you know, like, it was the first time Gongsun had ever felt like a normal dude. I hope it'll last. What we're going to do here is get government support. Do we need to build a granary for something? I feel like we do. If we did, we could actually get some imperial favor, which, you know, we didn't really lose any here, but we're not getting any passively. Wouldn't hurt to get some. No, we should get more food, and then we can leverage that into, you know, other things. Powerful things. Glorious things. We're going to go ahead and upgrade this. We're trying to get prestige. Oh, this gives us almost as much prestige and more options. The food's working out there. Really, honestly, I came over here because Li Jue was posturing towards Puzhou on the river, and I didn't want to keep dealing with him doing that. So I just came over here because I was like, if I take the Emperor, then they'll stop bothering me in Dong. And you might think, did you think about peace? Well, but people would look down on that. I would look down on that. Alright, well, level 5 now. Can we get anything better? I mean, not really. She's level 4, though. Glorious day. That's right. Real archers. Oh, I don't deny that my heart has long desired this. Military supplies. Negative 25% ammunition for being at this low of 1. Even just at 30. That's pretty tough. And, I mean, I'm totally down to keep the 4 repeaters for a while. I believe in them. And 2 backspin feels good, too. Can we get anything better than medium spears? No, you know, this army is set. We're also broke, so it's a good thing I didn't see anything I wanted. Ha! Alright, so what we want to do is... Now that I know that they affect the other ones, you know, like now this culture income one, I'm thinking, okay, this is actually great, right? You throw one of these down in the middle of a web and suddenly, you know, okay, so we've got this amazing button here, which I didn't see at the beginning, but when directed to, I did see, because you know, it's right here, but I didn't notice it earlier. Rewan, I do not know how to say their name. Anyway, apologies, but you know, directed me here. So this is where you see which traits are related to which edicts and what amplitude they have based on, you know, the level of your commander. So, you know, you can get huge income boost, but corruption, lower public order, which I actually, I really like these. I think these are wonderful. I think anything that makes you feel more impact from the traits that your administrators or generals have is very fascinating. And this, of course, is an optional thing to have on top of it, rather than like, oh, now they lost an eye, you know, which, fine enough. Some of my best people ended up with only one eye. My girl Lu Ji in my last campaign. Well, not my last campaign. What was my last campaign? It doesn't matter. It's a long time ago. We're going to... Because now I'm seeing that this anti-corruption thing is actually totally fine. You know, now... But we are now... So we see... We'll look at the corruption next turn. Because it should be... higher. Well, actually, it's just 10%, and we're only at 6%, so it may not show up at all. You know, it's tricky. We need to take more land, otherwise we won't be able to test how much corruption it is. Alright, you heard it here. I'm just going to try to do well in the campaign so that we can test things better. Alright, so the faction support and terrain, yeah, we wanna stay inside, yes we certainly do. At least we'll be put back together before we know it. And we've got very, very strong setups here. Let's go ahead and do that so that when she's commanding, which should be soon. So I suppose having the Emperor will finally give us a passive favor. Does it, though? I didn't think you got any from having him. But I don't remember the last time we had him. No, I mean, I do. We had him with Liu Chong. But we had just a gigantic amount from reserves then. What we want to do is... yeah. Might as well. Yes, we revoke the edict, but we still got the magistrate courts there. But if we... yeah, we don't have it there. Whoops. Huh. It's fine. We needed to get the replenishment. I think, to me, one of the great feelings in Total War is when things are going great for you. And, you know, you, like what happened here, you know, you take some lands, you win a couple big battles against regional foes, and then you're like, alright, we're going to get put back together. We know where they're at. They're not going to surprise us, and everything's going to be fine. You know, we get to stack what we've got and build it, and I'm sure Cao Cao, you and Xiao will be cool with us forever, and we'll be good friends. We're going to vote for this because she's our bandit queen, but, I mean, obviously, one shouldn't have bandits around. Unless they're me. Like, if we were playing a campaign, first of all, unlikely, but if we were playing a campaign and I was a bandit, I wouldn't stab you in the back. I'm not that kind of guy. I would let you betray me. You know, to me, it would be better to be betrayed by the world than to betray anybody at all. Secure the granaries. We did it. And in the winter of 197, we secure the granaries. Let's, alright, and now we need to maintain 45 units, so we just need another army for the next thing in the northern competition. And we gain Master of Defense, so pretty nice there. It's like, I wish I could get this one. It would give us reserves. My favorite. No, we need reserve max, actually. We need to get up and start getting stuff for that. Because the Emperor is, like, medium about us. He feels a medium amount about feeling about us. But, yeah, okay, so when we look at what he's getting, he gets one from intimidation, but that's not from being the guy holding the Emperor, right? That's from his faction mechanic, right? So anyway, maybe in the Prime Minister effect it has it, but we're not seeing it in this panel, and I don't remember seeing it in the past when looking at it. You know, it's usually just reserves, not reserves. You barely ever see anything besides that. You know, then you got governance, of course, and Cao Cao's thing, and then the old legitimacy from Yunchu. But yeah, but typically. Public order, but most people get public order under control, right? That's a thing you don't see as a problem on the Imperial favor that often, because it feels like if you see public orders wrong, they're like actively having rebellions. They're going to sort that out, or they're not going to have rebellions anymore because now Yellow Turbans live there, and the Emperor has stopped being mad at them about it. What we want to do is incorruptible audits. There we go, and that increases the money a good bit, and that'll yes, that decreases the corruption by like a whole % over here. But if we get more corrupt, you know, this is a great way to get a web of corruption reduction, right? Because you still, I'm like, no, I am mistaken. You do not get access to the old way of it. Yeah, so you don't have the classic old buildings. You have the new ones anyway, so it's through your web of edicts and the level of your administrators that you have to get your localized web of reduction of corruption, which is a fascinating thing. I actually think this will play like pretty unique because, you know, like, who do you normally get for an admin? I know for me, it's like early game if they have a good retinue, and late game it's like if they, broadly speaking, have a bunch of green things on there or one specific stat. But this, you know, you'll actually care about traits, like maybe there'll be like one that wants fiery or something that's bad, you know, because you don't want to give somebody with all these bad traits there, but maybe a bad trait lets you get access to a cool admin thing, which encourages you to play more like Gongsun Zon and act like a jerk and employ a lot of unsavory people. And I think that's great. Not employing a lot of unsavory people, but, you know, the possibility of, you know, being more historical. You know, because being more historical is good. And anyway, like, honestly, in any sim game, being able to be like sort of what we would think of in the modern era, you know, as a bad ruler, you know, one who is brutish or cruel or needlessly exploitative, but, you know, why not? If your game shows the drawbacks to him, then you can see it eliminated, like the Dongzhuo faction. You know, he doesn't have to just raise horses, although that is a good way to play him. I recommend it. Speaking of, it's the winter time and the living's easy. They are hanging out in the hills here. I sort of want them to come a little closer. We're fine here. We don't have that many reserves, but we're actually doing pretty fine. Overall, we don't have anything to pump us up here, right? Yeah. We can exempt it from taxes to make the public order go up even quicker. And the faction support's sorting out. Yeah, you know, we're, because if they besiege us, we're only going to get a little bit of attrition, and then with a very respectable garrison, of course, we'll be ready to beat them down, and then at the 5th level, you get the Imperial one, in which case, you know, good luck cracking that. It's Gongsun, your favorite guy? Yes, I was actually talking about it. I was like, yes, we got the guy! But yeah, we've given him a job, right? Haven't we? No. We've been thinking about giving him a job. We gave him a sword. We let him keep a sword. When did we employ him? Somewhat recently. Yeah, we took him out of a fight over here. You know, Zhuhong, we've got your number. We do not want to go there in the winter. 'Tis a silly plan. Well, actually. Alright, so we go there, we lose. We get a lot of loot for the people that we've got, though, don't we? Yeah, because we got the Bright Hermit here. If we put him in command, that'll counteract the winter, but then it's still foreign plus gate pass. That'll take us down to 40. Worth doing, right? There just is there. Well, maybe. he have that somewhere? He's got the Tenno army. And then we get 10 there. All right, maybe. All right, we'll just need to look at this next turn to see if it needed a little hiccup change because it just happened. I think probably it needs that, but anyway, but this consideration, because we get 10 from him and 10 from her, we just need to figure out if this 5 is going to kick as we go in. But I think, yeah, we're just going to do this. We'll still have the movement to back out if it ends up being catastrophic, but I think we're going to drop to like 50 supplies when we're here. Yeah, 40 from the building to 25 from that. Yeah, so we lose 45 and end up just now in 43. Yeah, so totally fine to go for this, and then we'll be able to probably take the auto next turn, I expect. But we will be there and push them back. Hopefully somebody will deal with the rest of them. Chunyochong has been spending a lot of time in March over here. Just so much time in March over here. Not sure what he is thinking about. Alright, so we can hit... so we're just doing this, right? We're obviously just doing this, so... We go in here. We hit Lu Ji. Lu Ji doesn't run away because she doesn't know we have Night Battle. Assuming Junior Chong is thinking this as much, you know, true enough, right? And now while we could fight both of them, it's much smarter to do this. And then get our chance. So Starseeker is a perfect weapon as far as we're seeing, right? It's the 1k split like on Lu Bu's weapon or the G of Heavenly Mandate. In the other balance, right, it actually lacks some melee damage on the proportions. So this is a weapon befitting warrior destined for great things. No notes. What are her abilities like? Can we look at them yet? Martial Prodigy gives her 10 hit chance, double damage, and 50 AP. Love it. And Two-Headed Dragon for 11 attack rate. It's 100 meters on the range, but of course we know that Lu Bu is not around. All right, let's get to it. Oh, she's encamped. Yeah, let's get to it, all right. Yes, let's just... My girl, join me. Join me. I've always wanted another army, and I know just who could be in it. We'll shuffle off some of your troops, because that's too expensive, girl. It's much too expensive. But everything other than that you can have. Alright, and crucially, we now have proper archers. Oh man, it's about to get totally on. And I'm just saying that Zhao Yun is good enough for my girl. Okay? He is a good enough man for my girl. And we just might have a beautiful moment here if she joins us. We should only be so lucky. Oh, two dragons. After that point, there's hardly much else in the army needs upgrading. Yeah, you know, the red cav can be swapped to better red cav. Cataphracts are I think actually on like the same price point, and they're just a lot better because Lance cav are accessible to the other ones, and we just never sprung for them. It would have been affordable. We need to do that. But Lucci, do you want a duel? It would be great. It'll be like dancing, but better. And, you know, this is going to be the start of a wonderful journey of respect. And now I'm seeing that if we ever play as this faction, we just have to get here on time, right? And, you know, he may not win. He's definitely going to win. He may not win. Lady of the House is going to go and give some support here. We just need to start burning down the center towers while the duel is happening. Is this incredibly rude? Yes, technically yes, but, you know, what if he loses? That should help. I mean, she's a brawler, right? But obviously, now that we've moderately cheated, you know, she loses. My girl, I shouldn't have done you like that. We should have let you win. We should have let you win. I love you so much, Lucci, and I'm sorry. I think he would have won. I should have let her win. We're just gonna get up on here. Dongmi wants to brawl. Yep, let's take that fight. Oh yeah, Flames of the Phoenix. You know, reduces 100% of the melee evasion. I think he would have won. But he's got super powered strength because he won the earlier duel, and so now he's just going to completely run over this one. The tower is burning down all around. They burn faster on the corners, of course, but now. And Zhao Yun wins very handily. And gets jumped. Oh yeah, it's like that, y'all. It's like that. Protect Zilong. Zilong. The little dragon. We're coming, little guy. And that's why you gotta be ready to support the duel, right? You never know what'll happen. And you know, that actually went pretty well. Just what you want to see. And now Zhao Yun is gonna be able to get back to where he wants to be. Too much red cav on us now. We gotta finish up here, but get engaged here. Try to keep the red on the yellow. We need to get out of here. He's the only guy fighting. Only guy fighting here, but everybody else is about to be in. You know, we could have been more deliberate there, but then I wouldn't be me. Look, it's better to be thematic, right? That's what I believe. Also, we totally could use the Wisdom of the River again. It's better to be thematic, and the river is a little frozen over right now. But it'll be back. It'll be back. The river will be back, just like these cavalry. You know, we need to swap for some new guys anyway, right? We might be able to get back to the gate pass. for such a good ability. Oh yeah, you know, negative 50 evasion and negative 10 morale. I think it's better than the negative 18 morale version, right? Especially in this mod where there's a lot of stuff that's got some evasion. I mean, even the humble G militia. Lu Ji, go in peace, my feared charismatic disciplinarian. I'm sorry that you got maimed a little bit. Come back and see me again sometime. How frustrating is it to fight someone with roar in the game? Especially, you know, just they rear charge you and they hit a roar, and then, like, because as soon as somebody starts running, you know. And we get back, yes, beautiful. You know, we could have tried to fight him again, but I think this way is much better. Yeah, we get back to our land, where we actually, yeah, we didn't get that beat up, so we're just going to march here, boom, and get our military supplies back in good order, because we didn't get very beat up at all. Charge for our terror out, yeah, Zhu Huang especially, because he has terror on top of having roar. And, you know, being tricky to deal with. You don't beat him in a duel early, right? You know, you need to surround him and be, you know, like a professional. We did, of course, get this guy into the field with something of a retinue, which is good. You know, actually, I mean, like, totally fine, right? You know, bunch of repeaters will do their work in a siege if we line them up. And, hopefully we'll never need to use it. $34. We've got the food now. But I think greed is better than trying to lean into any other thing, right? I feel like that's just true. We got to go for the money. Public order is totally fine. Get this guy collecting taxes like a champ. Yep, look at that. You can see the stuff everywhere. Amazing. You know, Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "We see what we are prepared to see." Unless somebody else said it. Favor a turn until we get a little more. The Congress of the North Caverns. Alright, let's go ahead and reload now. This is a good time to do it here in the winter. Alright, so don't worry everybody, we're just going to do a quick reload to the windows, and then we're gonna bring ourselves back to life. Oh no, I was supposed to save the file. I don't know where to do that. I can't think about it right now. I'm sorry. I should have looked it up. I would need, you know, because I just can't sit here in silence. I apologize. For bug testing, yes. You know, if I had like a thing with music on, I could hit it or something. I don't know. Anyway, we're not gonna process any of the reasons why I'm not gonna do it. It's gonna be fine. Should have looked up where to do it whenever I was away. Eating pizza, which I did get pizza. It was great. Traffic wasn't very bad, and then I sat very patiently for 4.5, maybe 5 minutes, waiting for it to get done, and then I consulted the computer about it, and I got my pizza. It was everything I was promised by the Jetsons, and even more, you know. And now we are here, back in 197, which the Internet forum Reddit Ask Historians has led me to believe you could not get a pizza in China in 197, which is just one way in which being in my house right now is better than being in China in 197. Although the winter there probably feels better than the summer does here. But, you know, it's not a competition with the winter of 197. I know which one we're all going to wake up in. It's the winter of 198. That'll happen next year. Proposing an alliance war against... Have I ever met this guy? I mean, I guess we'll do it. What? Ride or die, right? Look, we're the alliance of the Locust Tree. We found... Is the Locust Tree symbolic? I confess I don't know. Like, it sounds cool. Is it like a tree with locusts on it? Or is it a specific kind of tree? Speaking of trees, I'll relate again. I'm just going to call like a tree nursery and be like, do you have this specific tree? Tell me about it. What's it called in Latin? And then I'll go get a tree again. It's just a kind of tree. The kind of tree I want to get is Fukian tea tree, Carmona retusa. It is a lovely tree. Oh, it's so wonderful. It's got these like sort of like strong green leaves and these beautiful white flowers that bloom just like all of the time. And I had one for several years, but the weather got really weird, and anyway, it froze up. And, you know, very sad. It was actually the second one of that kind of tree that I had. I keep meaning to get another one. I was supposed to get one. Huzzah! The Path of Glory won! The UU has been eliminated, and just because I didn't sink the final blow, I mean, look, we took all of his lands and set him running around, you know, with only his considerable family estates to burden him, and now he's been eliminated. The Path to Glory won. So that's 10 prestige. I think it's just the one time, but we're going to see if we get 10 more prestige next turn. I don't think it will be the case, but we'll see. I don't think it's going to do that and then tick up for the other. No, that because I wouldn't expect it would tick up for the other stuff. Anyway, exciting. Cheaper cavalry recruitment's just what we need, and now we're supposed to destroy Yuan Shao, our best friend. Oh no. It's better. It's also a lot harder. Yeah, you know, you know, because this is pretty amazing, isn't it? 15% speed for shot cav, 25% armor-piercing range damage for missile cavalry. Armor-piercing range damage, that sounds like Imperial Palace crossbows, doesn't it? Unless that's not the name of the unit. I get them confused. But anyway, it sounds like those regardless. No, the ones who get the crossbows, but you know. Alright, so now we are supposed to figure out if you're supposed to run into a river or not. We'll say that running into a river is awesome. No, we will say that being cautious is okay. Because that guy's gonna be leveled up one day, and he has ammo for own retinue, my favorite modifier on a strategist. Alright, it's springtime. Springtime for Gongsun Zon. Alright, tax amnesty. This is a new one. Remit this season's levy, and remit it loudly. The treasury will feel it for years, but a province that does not rise is worth more than one tax to the bone. Plus 12 public order faction-wide, negative 20% income from all sources faction-wide. I really like this, right? Because sometimes that negative 20, you know, that's just, you know, on the mods, right? It's not out of the top or anything. So, and then you got open the granaries, where you can get public order at the cost of food production instead, where I feel like tax amnesty is way better there, you know, where... You know, but sometimes, you know, maybe you've got way too much food. Sometimes I have, like, you know, 1 million food. But now, I don't play this game so much that I know all of them. Open the granaries, the font looks like the classic font. Tax amnesty is a different font, and that's the new one, right? Like, the spread sedition... These both look new, maybe. but maybe it's just a font that the game defaults to if they're longer text boxes. Both are new. Okay. But yeah, buy out their merchants. Their trade rests on a handful of houses. Offer this has better arrangement here. You can get here, so you can give the Han a negative. You give them negative income from commerce and trade influence. Here, you can give them negative public order from that, you know, and I think those are new as well. We're going to try this negative public order here on Zhuhong, because I don't really see a good way that we can look at the negative trade influence and stuff on the Han Empire. Maybe there's a way to look at it, but we can definitely look at the spread sedition thing here. And then we'll be able to see it. We will take this public order one at the cost of money to make sure that it works. And then we will boost the money, because I want money. Alright, we get a little more money. We're seeing public order everywhere there, which is reflected by events. And that -8 from events there is reflected with the payment that we made there. The Path to Glory, we were paying, what, 375? It was a round number like that. Might have been 385. 385 actually sounds better, but it's now 366. So this Path to Glory upkeep is there. I have a vague recollection in the 748 or something. Yeah, so this is definitely cheaper recruitment on the cataphracts as well. And of course, a good time to swap over. So that effect is working. And the prestige was added because we were previously lower there, right? Did any place just finish up? I don't think. Should have checked. Alas. All right, we're gonna real quick. I'm just gonna make a save here, then we're gonna load this quick save, right? Which will be right before. No, any of these autosaves will be fine, right? And we'll try to make sure it's before that Path to Glory thing goes on. If it's not this one, then we'll go even further. But, you know, and then... I don't remember. Probably applies. I could have looked for the effect somewhere. But, yeah, here we go. And I will do that later, but we've got it there. All right, back to business. I feel like I had buildings finishing there.
若延误战机，待敌军援兵一至，则我军前功尽弃，万事皆休。
But I don't remember what they were.
当今战乱频仍，
Fortunately, there's documentary evidence, but
若战事旷日持久，则民众
it'd be easy for me to just roll it back and look at it. Anyway, a couple of saves later. Alright, so what's their objective here? They're still, like, hanging out here. What are they trying to do? Do they own this land? No, they can't own this land. This is Hongnong. Like, I know this land extends all the way up to, like, here. Yeah, like, I've lived over here before. I know what's up. Yeah.
点燃激情，痛击敌军。
Alright, I'm like, oh no, now the worst has happened. We're actually going to have to do the siege. We don't have fire arrows. You know, I think we actually have to leave. They called my bluff. Yeah. I mean, we could try, but I've played this game before. What happens? We get picked apart. I mean, theoretically, we could put the spear guards forward. Yeah, no, we need fire arrows. We very desperately need fire arrows, yeah. This wasn't a good idea. I'm not going to stress myself out. We're just going to wait here in ambush and see if they'll move in and attack us. Oh, right, because not only does she not have fire arrows, but she can't get them. She's a bandit. They're not in her tree. Well, he could get them, but we went the entire opposite way, because I think we were thinking we were never going to give him a job, and then we just gave him a job, because I was like, oh, that's good armor. Range block chance, 80 armor on a sentinel, you know, 10 military supply. It's actually amazing armor, right? It's, I mean, not everybody cares about military supplies, that's fine, but 80 armor on a Sentinel is extraordinarily good Sentinel armor. Most Sentinels don't get armor anywhere near. It's actually crazy good, right? That's like Vanguard champion level armor. I don't even think Shu Hong gets 80 armor. It's like the best Sentinel armor I've ever seen. Is he famous? He's a brave general. I mean, I know who he is, but like, is he famous like our boys are? 80 armor, it's a lot, you know. Yeah, I was like, this is the son, right? Yeah. Like all the other children. Yeah. I'm like, I didn't think he did anything particularly noteworthy before then. But, you know, it's what, just a few years down the line. That's not happening this time. That's obviously not happening this time. I'm like, I don't remember him having like a big moment in the war or anything, the few battles, but I am not at that part of the romance yet, so it's not fresh in my mind, you know. Right now it's like, you know, Liu Cong has just surrendered over to Cao Cao, and Liu Bei is like, you know, on the migration thing. I haven't read any in like a week and a half or so because I've been playing so much of this. Yes, yes, indeed. But, you know, this time around, he's distinguished, determined, brave, indecisive, and vigilant, you know. And you can't really say that any of that's too bad, you know. Is it that bad to be indecisive when you have an iron fist? You don't want to just, like, swing it around and hit people. I don't know if you've carried, like, a length of iron around, but you have to be responsible. You can't just do it. Like at work, you know, you pick up like a big metal grate because you got to move it somewhere. You can't just bonk into somebody with it. It would really hurt them. And that's you know, the lesson that I think we could take from the Iron Fist. You know, don't hit anybody with your Iron Fists. I feel like we've all learned a lot, and we won't have to have this talk with him again. Now here we could just take this fight. Nothing wrong with taking it, right? The one's very beat up. We could try to get the duel with Lu Ji again, because we'll spare her, obviously. And then the wound won't matter, because she's not going to pop her. I mean, yeah. It's the only thing that makes sense. Well, we do have... You know, why don't we just wait a week? They don't seem like they're going away. And if they're going to try to go here to Luoyang, because it's possible they don't even have very good vision on me from where they are, right? I mean, they probably do, but I'm not sure. They have this commandery, but that's far away from us. I don't know if the pass don't really see each other. We've got very good vision, but we've got, you know, Gongsun Zan he's being very he's being clairvoyant. But alright, we just need to level up. We're not really that close to grabbing the Emperor, so we just need to level up. Oh yeah, I spent all of our money. You know, this army is too expensive to not be doing any work. We need to sort this out. She's level 4. Yes, titles. I'm like, I don't think we can do it. No, we totally can do it. You're right. Win 10 siege battles? Yeah, I guess we have. Alright, there you go. We've got it. Also, this makes me think, we'll just wait till next turn. Spin up a, yeah, there we go. She's gonna be a hermit who climbs the city walls. You know, she's very athletic. We're gonna swap one of these marauders for a freaking bandit multi-bolt crossbow. And, you know, she'll just get her fire arrows. She's gonna be, you know, understanding, solitary, and bright. You know, that's just what we're gonna do. And this little embarrassing, I'm afraid of the cheap pass incident will go away under the resounding fire of our crossbows, which we haven't used in this mod. I imagine they're good. You know, I just need my multi-bolt, my security multi-bolt. No bonus things there. Alright, let's choose an edict here. Alright, so here she's having some trouble. We can't, like, choose provincial oversight here. It might be because she's currently doing drill fields and we can't cancel it. We're busted there. No income. Ah! You know. Yes. I'm very attentive. The shocking thing about my job is that I almost never burn anything. You think that you should never burn anything, and that's true, but you gotta aim for almost never doing it, and I almost never do. You would think I would with the way I play this game, though. I'm like, hey, where did that come from? Jumps. Speaking of jumping, reforms. Now, I feel like if we just get these reserves... Well, we're getting enough from the items we have. We really just need reserve cap, which we can get there for Imperial Favor, or we could... get more satisfaction. Yeah, let's just do that. Hit the prestige, and then by next year we'll definitely get enough to level up because we'll only be 9 away, and then we won't have to get the Emperor unless we want to. And this pass is a much better place to defend Hedong with because you can just like go over here and be very annoying. And you can put a smaller force here, and then I don't know where else we go. I mean, that's also the thing for taking the Emperors. I don't know where else we go. We're going to put another like small holding army here to just threaten the Wuhan tribes, who are right now fighting Liu Bei or something. Yeah. And we're trading with them anywhere. You know, they're our pals. We have more trade agreements than we have people that can trade with us, but hopefully that'll trade someday. End someday. Change someday. We didn't have a We didn't have a non-aggression pact with Cao Cao, in spite of being in the military alliance with him. He left the military alliance, that's right. Well, it's good to have the pact with him then. I mean, like, I as far as I'm concerned, this is still, you know... Yeah, this is like a brother-in-law situation, right? Yeah, because he married his daughter into our house, to our son, so there's no reason for our armies to not trust each other. After all, we're still part of the coalition, figuratively. Jag fattar some connects to the now that I'm established up here, do I really need to fight the one? Indeed, after all, it seems like a lot of work. And Gongsun is dealing with it. No relation. Alright, we're broke, but that's okay. The Northern Captain contest did reload whenever we reloaded the game, so just sometimes it... Alright. Alright. We're just gonna... Try to find this real quick, because now we've got something on the screen and sounds. No, it can't be there. The most useless computer of all time. That's not true. This shell is fine. You know, Windows... Let me complain about my operating system real quick while you don't look at what's on my screen, because I don't want you to. Anyway, what we're doing right now, I'll narrate it, is remembering the way to get to the disk drive, because it doesn't want to let me see it here, and I want to look at the disk drive so that I can look at the Steam apps, so that I can look, you know, blah, 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 blah. But first, I need to remember where the C drive is. There we go. This PC. There you go. And the common... What's this game actually called? Alright, so where will I... I'm like, now I'm somewhere in the neighborhood there, so if it crashes again, we'll try to find a way to get to it. Anyway. Yeah, 7 Northern Warlords race around the wheel. The first to complete all 7 missions claims the contest. This is the remnants of that force, and this contest attracts those remnants, whoever wins it. I see. Conquest 4 getting the dudes. Absolutely. You know, of and for are, I think, from a literary standpoint, exactly as good as each other. I think of is even slightly better, even if it feels a little imprecise. But y'all know me, I like to pick up the books and wave them at people. I'm like, is it time to read from the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius, guys? No. For the Northern Captains, we have to get more units, so we have to level up We are at the command of the armies of the realm phase, and we are just, you know, we're as far as anybody else is, and then there's one more. It'll be prove your worth before the northern captains, so we'll have to see what that is, but we're gonna get, you know, we're 9 prestige away, and Air too long. This one finishes, that'll be 5, and then, you know, that'll be 5, and then we'll get 4 there, which is 9, which is precisely what we need, as long as we don't lose anything. So that's good. Or at least neutral. I'm gonna treat it like it's good. Recommend getting to force up near your capital. Oh no. Alright, well, we're gonna, you know, I wanted to do that anyway, to be fair. But thank you for the recommendation. You know, I wanted to do that anyway. Because when the army so the whole time, the army that's going to be raised in the capital, that's going to be the one that finishes that mission. So that'll be elegant, right? Because we can't possibly do it by accident. Alright, good stuff. We're here in the spring. We can do anything. Get our supplies back, and then we're just gonna hang out here, get a little more money. Alright, good deal. Cao Cao. Oh yeah, Cao Cao. Oh yeah? You want back in? The audacity of this man. Unbelievable. This guy has no respect for the tree. None whatsoever. I don't even know if he respects trees at all. I'll say it. And this is my brother-in-law, but he tried to kick me out of the alliance. That's not what this is about. He tried to kick Han Fu out of the alliance. That's not what this is about. But how can he try to kick Yuan Shao out of this alliance? The only reason we were allowed to have it in the first place. He let us start this in his basement, and Cao Cao tried to kick him out of his own club. Sure, it hurt my feelings when they called it the Yuan Shao's alliance, but he made it clear that it was really about the tree, and he didn't go telling people to call it that. You know, it doesn't matter. I let it go. Why is it called opportunistic? It seems less than trustworthy. Ellie, if you remember the other day, we were talking about Cao Cao, who is the boogeyman. This is Cao Cao, the Marquis of a little bit of land. He is a wolf in wolf's clothing. Yeah, indeed. Don't talk about making food, you know, mistake out for an act of murder. This is the guy we were talking about with the pig the other day, Ellie. Exactly. This is the guy that was the hook for the beginning of the whole beginning. The beginning of the whole beginning. How repetitive of the Liu Chong campaign the other day. Yeah, but this is the dude who ended up setting up for Wei, which led to Jin. This is the dude who, you know, like he won kind of, but he died beforehand. The poet whose children were poets. One of them killed the other one. They were both poets, though. An alliance war against Ying Shao. That's the nice librarian dude. I guess. See, the problem with being a nice librarian dude. Alright, so if I don't say I want to go to war with him, all of these people are really happy. Yuan Shao, why does he not like me? How can he be at negative 31? Is it because I let Lu Ji go? Well, like, I'm not really sorry. he's an enemy of the Han?
准备好，与我等决一死战吧。
I'm not an enemy of the Han, am I? No, no, I'm fine. I was at like 45. I'm good. Also, no, be tangentially responsible for those. Yeah, like, don't be from a city that's vaguely in the neighborhood of where his dad was. That could be fatal. Real charmer. Anyway, supposedly a great dancer, too, although there's no documentary evidence of it. It'd be hard to find it. Yeah, so he is, like, super mad at me, but I think he's an enemy of the Han. Because I don't think it's me. I feel like I would have got a letter. Yeah, okay, yeah, he got made an enemy of the Han. He was mad at me for not killing Lu Ji, which... Okay, whatever. If we have to fight over this, then we have to fight over it. I'll fight everybody in this room. Okay. It's my girl. We don't execute Lu Ji. We don't entertain it. We don't joke about it. We don't do anything on the screen except look at the weapon stats to see what they are. Do we try to go for Duchy off of the back of this and just tech up and prestige up? I mean, theoretically doable. And if we just hit tier 5 and hit granaries everywhere, we'll get very respectable public order before too long. Public order reserves. But we need to get this place online. Yes, we need to get this place online. More food. Yeah. You know, we've got all these commanderies split. You know, this place doesn't have all of it. You know, at least we do have the complete ones up here. But, you know, these are often, you know, just 2-panel ones. So they're not that desirable. Taiyuan, which is a really great place. You know, we don't have either of the payoffs there. Yeah, but we do have all of Hedong, which is quite nice. And Zhuhuang is not in the field, and that's basically ideal. We're just going to stay here. This is an expensive thing to do with the force. However, if we... I'm like, no, we're not just going to stay here. We need more money. We need to stop spending all of our money so that we can get more money. Also don't criticize governance. Yeah. Also don't surrender to him and then say that you would prefer not to take a government job far away from where you live and that you would rather live on your place because he might insist that you have to go and then you might never get there. Could happen to anyone. Also, don't, like, be his uncle and see him fall down. As soon as they introduce him in the novel, you know, it's... I love it as a guy who loves books, right? I love the structure of how they present all of the different characters in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's so instructive, you know. As like a savvy adult reader, relatively savvy. Because, like, the first time I read it, I must have been, you know, 8... and I would have had absolutely no, like, analytical context for, like, this is what's going on here. I fundamentally misunderstand texts pretty often. Like, I'll fail to see that I'm supposed to dislike some character. I'm like, no, it's just like a dude doing his thing, you know? And then I'll talk to someone about the book, and they're like, that is the biggest jerk I've ever heard of. I'm like, I don't know. He seemed alright, you know? He just thought a lot, you know? And they're like, how messed up are you? And I'm like, now. We were talking about a book. It's not my fault that when reading The Death of Ivan Illich, I'm like, I mean, it's not so bad. Anyway, what we've got going on here is not another redux of that book I read last week. Anybody good for recruitment? It wouldn't matter if there were. We're too broke. But I will say that having access to 5 admin slots that have, you know, cool tack-on effects too is just so amazing for the early game, because I'm a person that neglects prestige, and this makes it so you can get away with it, right? And do you really need more than 5 or 6 commanderies? You don't. Sure, this doesn't look like that much land, but, you know. Alright, what were we doing? We were diverting food supplies to the Kong. Do we even have access to him? And we could give him a bunch of food. What would he... Like, no, he doesn't want to give me food at all. He has 4 food. Because that's how much... He has 4, so if we offer him 6, it would go over. Is that what we're seeing there? Well, and also because once it gets to a surplus of 10, it goes there, yeah. So we'll do this. Lu Fei. We love Lu Fei. Lu Fei's bonuses are not good, but Lu Fei is like an awesome girl, you know, who grows up into being a respectable woman. She's sweet and pure-hearted, and she stabs people with swords, like, all the time. She gets a very small and respectable bonus to replenishment to her own retinue. She's a total lady. We're not going to use up a marriage slot for this, but if you guys get Lu Fei into your own house, you know, she'll be respectable. She'll be nice and filial. You won't regret marrying her, and she's not one of those flashy marriage contracts, you know, but she'll treat you right. I gotta represent my people. Speaking of, we can make this guy pay us. He's rich, so we would make him do a one-time deal, because I have no idea how long he's gonna live. But if we just get him to pay us right now, and then we get imperial favor for this, that'll be good. And don't become a hostage of his court while you're in Petra's son is still listening to question. Yeah, and don't be one of his sons that gets, caught up in a power struggle, because, like, in the event that you die and then your chosen heir takes over, he might affect the death of your other awesome son, who was a fine poet just like you were, and probably also a very good dancer, although there's no way to have documentary proof of this. I was reading... But yeah, that's actually what got me off of reading the romances. I got distracted reading Cao Cao and Cao Qi's poetry, much of which is extant, and then I got distracted with all this other classical Chinese poetry. Although I don't, understand one bit of the language itself, it's still very nice to read really good translations of it. And, nice themes, rivers and mountains, alienation, the dissolving of the heart of man, that kind of thing. Good stuff. We can smash as the caitiffs? How did we get a smash as the caitiffs? Is that bandit victories? I guess we fought a lot of bandits. There you go. Alright, speaking of that, we need to get one of these on the air, right? Because he can benefit us all. How would you like to feel the standard? Alright, 10% range damage or 50% melee damage. I mean, 50% melee damage feels real good. Let's take that. And, you know, he actually did just beat up on some bandits over here, so the title's nice. There you go. Good lad. He's a legendary, yeah, he just clearly smashed a bunch of them, you know. Indeed. Functional and good. And this protector of Baha'i has been protecting some things. Do we need to give him a title? We don't. It's 1,400 for a multi-bolt. They... We'll see what it's like. It's listed as being, you know, shooting 6 times in a minute and having 7 shots, so just like getting it all the way done and then being done shooting, which is, I mean, theoretically, you know, shoot for a minute 15, get done. Totally fine. This public order is fine. I'm like, oh yeah, and we lost a little bit of money. Not very much though, right? Not very much. Because our taxes is only 4,800 at the absolute top line, and a lot of those are from high multipliers and like just a couple commanderies. Like here, you know, you lose 20% off that industry income. What's it hurt you? You know, you're still making all of what you need. But this big public order is nice. We should change the tax rate a little bit, right? For 1 turn, we'll lose faction support. Well, we actually would counteract that with what we have. We'll do it for 1 turn. Yeah, 1 turn is good. The faction support would counteract every turn. Or actually, right now, we've got the taxation thing there. What's the other thing that we lose from it? Public order? Yeah, well, actually, yeah, we'll just do this because this is just unambiguously the right thing to do, right? Faction support, we are at parity because we get, what, you know, 10 or 15, or, well, I don't actually know how much. I think we were getting 25 in most places, so 5 there, and then... feel like we you get 10 for the normal occupy option, 10 base probably, and then 5 there, and there's the 25 we were seeing. There we go. But yeah, so we can sacrifice the 20 at least for a turn. And if we get that bad of effects for 1 turn of it, then we'll be fine anyway. So broke. I need to quit spending all of my money. No points if you guess whether or not I'm going to quit spending all of my money. Alright, under the bottom here. Take a while for it to pay off. Might as well go across the top then. Building upkeep, I mean, maybe. Faction support. She's married and... I mean, she's... an admin, so that'll save a little bit, and then yeah, we'll just go across the top here. We very well might give her an army before too long, right? You know, she's spiteful, she scares people, she just rolls on in, hollering at folk. We'll go down this way so we can get to filial and then corrupt everyone's favorite. Everyone's favorite. All of the people. I don't think anybody out there loves anything as much as filial and corrupt, you know. Money's one thing, but seeing everybody's face turn green and knowing everybody is happy working for you, that's priceless. Now what we want to do here is take another shot at getting Luigi. We can just wait a turn because they've got Siege Brain and Yeah, let's we'll just wait for people to get put back together again. Because we don't have so much Imperial favor that we just want to hit guys. But, I mean, she might move over at us for all we know.
不能如此相持下去了。
That's right, you're the faction leader, and you kept dueling Zhao Yun and Dian. Pathetic.
不能如此相持下去了，真是无理。
Alright, we should have taken the fight, actually. It's okay. This sort of standoff is actually quite respectable here. We're about to level up the faction. We could even throw, like, well, no, if we put a garrison at the pass, we will have to defend it without the pass because Li Zhu has got the CJI. They inherit it. Cao Cao not at war with Li Zhu. What he was, Li Zhu was besieging him earlier, and Cao Cao's garrison assisted me. I don't think he broke it off. Oh no, he's not at war with them. They just pieced out. You're right. Yeah, they just pieced out. You saw it. I didn't see it. Yeah. Pathetic. Is Yuan Shao not at war with him anymore? Pathetic. What's Yuan Shao doing? Oh yeah, being super mad at me because he's an enemy of the Han. That's what he's busy doing. We actually really need to deal with these problems. Alright, they left their coalition over there. We get the Imperial favor there. We rank up. Alright, here we get the armies we need. 3 of them would let us do everything we needed. These trade agreements, they felt like a really good idea, and I was like, we're going to get trade agreements, but I failed to think about how the people around us would already be maxed out on them, and we just didn't have access to enough from the rivers and stuff. You know, our position, because we didn't end up taking the port, we went the other way, so we ended up not really getting a lot of value there, which feels bad, but it's okay. And 5 armies, good. If we get a couple more admins, it's fine, but like, I want more trade, really. But we should get a spy or 2. There might be spy-related things after all. I don't know. And then oh yeah, we're a major faction. We get way more points. I'm used to in Wu Jing campaign. We just got like smaller amounts of these points to spend. All right, or at least it felt like we did. We're gonna take another admin because admins make me happy.
老友来访，甚是欣慰。
Because Han Fu still loves me, right? Yeah, he doesn't have any problem with this, but Yuan Shao is like so mad about... I mean, basically he's mad that he got declared an enemy of the Han, which, to be clear, is not my fault. Let's give this man some food. You know, have a Snickers. Did he see me, like, not get declared an enemy of the Han, and he's like, oh, now that you're not an enemy of the Han, I'm mad at you. This is your fault. Like, this ain't my fault. I think it's just to get your rank up. Should get many points somewhere else. Okay. Alright, what we want to do here is pop growth. I mean, yeah, this dude's level 3, so we might as well keep him rolling here. Yeah, and the faction support, so we are getting a little bit lower, yeah. You know, because we only have 15 passive, 10 base, and the 5 there. Yeah, it's not 25 because it's 10 from when you take over it. So if we don't get another 5 faction support, like from tech or whatever, you know, you get a turn or maybe 2 until you start feeling some effects. So you can, you know, you can dance with your faction support a little bit. I'm not sure at what point you start having some ill effects, but we're not going to go for it. The taxing does work. And here, no, not there. That's right. We need an army. Who's gonna be there? We're gonna get not you guys. That's silly. Heyo. What's up, my boy? My shining star in the sky. Hey, we kinda want him too, don't we? We're not really crossbow dudes, but he can still get some crossbows. Maybe. Hey, you know, look how good we did getting the spies, right? Wonderful. Action sports down. Yes, we swapped it around again already on the old thing. It'll go up to max after this. And then we'll try to get some money. We'll try to be responsible enough to get some money here. So Yun, Wynant, our favorite. There will never be another campaign that wonderful. No, we've had others as great, but none as fun. All right, it's harvest now. If we All right, Cao Cao, we've lost because no, we still have military access with him. We just wouldn't replenish in his land anymore because we're not a part of the crew, which is a shame. Like, what are we doing over here? We can't really drop this place. I mean, we could just peace out and then leave a holding thing here and then go deal with something else. We don't need the Emperor, right? And we don't have to go to war with him, but the longer we're at war over here, the more chances we have to capture Luji and make me forget entirely that I'm supposed to be testing stuff and not running a real campaign to its logical, amazing conclusion. This thing still works. And we are seeing that other people are still on their way up. You know, they don't have enough food. Yuan Shu has enough food, and I have enough food. You know, it's pretty funny when that guy is doing okay on the food front, but I guess he probably just has this place. And yeah, you know, and there, yeah, you know, that's it's got to be enough. No, he probably has something over here as well. Was it the Zheng War? Was this the one that Cao Cao hated, you know? If we got peace with them, would they trade with us? No, he wouldn't, you know. What would be the point? Oh, he is extraordinarily rich. Oh, he is extraordinarily rich. This man has 75,000. This dude has 70... Liu Biao... Alright, maybe we need to jot this down. I don't know what's going on here. Liu Biao has 77,000. It's turn 41. and this dude is banked 77k. Like, what's he doing? What's going on? We'll jot that down, because that feels like he's not spending his money somewhere. Maybe it's that he doesn't have enough enemies, but that's a whole lot of cash. Maybe he always has that much money. Yeah, maybe he always does. I will just note it in my experience. Well, you know, we might as well get him to pay us then. I mean, if he's gonna pay us $4 grand here, why not?
如你所愿。我们还有什么可说的？
Making a decent amount from trade, so hopefully he won't want to shut the door on that. Dao Ying seems like exactly the kind of faction that our alliance might declare war on, so we don't want to mess with that.
好的，请讲。快点！
Alright, crucially, they're not at home anymore.
悉心节欲，待时而发。
Alright, this time's going to be different. First of all, the other crew's not inside. And we've got fire arrows. Also, it's entirely possible that Gaogan comes down and hits him. And if not, then they come out and hit us. And then all we have is a smallish army fight against some pretty scary opposition, but you know, they'll be on the field here before them, and this is not an army that's got any bonus first large. They do have bonus first infantry on both the bowmen and the bandit warriors, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, one more time with feeling over here. They're gonna try to do this siege and not embarrass us. Alright, this army is too expensive to do nothing with. I mean... So let's think like a lawyer for a second, right? If getting the Emperor isn't really what we care about, then finding peace here is fine, and we don't really need to worry about this gate pass. It's just a desirable strategic thing, and having armies on the interior that can defend our lands against Yuan Shao's probable bad behavior is more important than grabbing the Emperor himself, since we're not trying to test whether the Emperor does anything productive, right? Right. But if we drop this army before we get an army over here, Yuan Shao just declares war on us. Because he's a hubristic warlord. He doesn't know how good he had it. You do not know what you have got until it is gone. Do not leave the locust tree. You're going to pave our paradise, Yuan Shao. Don't do it. Anyway, he's probably going to do it. You can't... Even on normal, you can't make somebody love you. You know, no matter what, you just can't. And that's sad, and that's a lesson I'll never learn. I'm just gonna keep making military alliances with Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, and then later, when they end up acting like a bunch of scavin, I'm gonna be like, how could they do that, mate? How could they do me like that? Why? As if I never met them before. And if you think about it, we had a fine relationship before he went and got himself declared an enemy of the Han, which I had nothing to do with, to be perfectly clear. Like, we're not trespassing, we have trade access, because, like, we'll just go here and lay an ambush, and then they might come this way, and then we'll be able to roll up on them. And Cao Cao doesn't care that we'll be fighting around his land, you know, because he's not a party to this conflict. But he remembers that it was me that defended this port, you know. He could have lost it. But I showed up. Because I'm that good of a guy, you know, because I'm a good friend. He wouldn't forget that. He wouldn't. Yun Shao at the least isn't like a super awkward position. And if he declares on me, you know, maybe Hanfu wouldn't go along with it, you know? Yufolo's declared against us. This is no trouble, right? Yufolo lives over here, and he's got the big guy breathing down his neck. I don't think he's too long for this world. There we go. Now, it's not quite a full combat, but we're here. They don't have any cav, so our limited cav, you know, this is a great environment for them. You know, they don't have anything to hit besides the things they want to hit. And we've got, you know, our Smash in the Caitiff Sky. Let's get to it. You know, a lot of branches. I was afraid of that. However, they do have forest penalties. Not on the Swiftfoot Spears, I don't think. Nope, they still have them. Because their old leader is not with us anymore. But if we win this handily, and there's no reason to expect that we shouldn't be able to, you know, we'll be able to take the gate pass. Oh, my friend. Take the gate pass with the fabled simple attack with a nice little auto with low casualties. You know, that's what the people want. That's what I want. We're going to take a gate pass someday. I was going to buy a multi-bolt, I just couldn't afford it. I was broke. But I love when you can, like, transition to the point in the campaign where you, like, have your admins and your garrisons. You're like, alright, we don't need armies over there. You know, that part of the forces are safe. But, hello. Yes, we are going to do our war. Now we take the fight to them. Give no quarter. Gongsun fun, probably a little bit of quarter is okay. Now, they're probably going to be far over there, but even if they are, we can just not turn the fire arrows on while we're in the forest. With the lack of cavalry, we don't have to worry about getting overflanked by anything. We'll just put a G militia in the back to deal with, you know, unsavory stuff. Oh, and we've got formations for the spear guards. So that's right, we've got spear guards, which again are not that good. No, they're very good. They're not that good against this army because they don't have cav, right? But 50 bonus first large, right? And with a 25 AP to 8 non-AP split, that is a huge amount of AP damage that they're doing, and that's getting through 50 evasion. They're stabbing hard. You don't want to run into a spear guard. And now we're going to get in here. She, of course, has the Into the Breach thing on account of her hermitage nature. What we want to do is, it's okay for the line to be somewhat long, but you want most of your Yeah, I suspected as much. But this will be alright. We should still hopefully be able to engage them. And again, because they don't have good cavalry, we're going to be able to act like the good old days and just run over these fools here. I think. While we get into position here. And then if we set up like so, we'll get to live the dream where we throw on the fire arrows, right? And then we'll finally have some crossbows doing crossbow things. And archers that shoot a proper amount of times. Because even though we're going to be in the woods here, they don't have... Yeah, this is a perfect situation for our army, right? We're just going right for it. We're going to get them into the position. This harass is going to be great. We're sort of fast here. We don't have anything to boost except her whenever we all get here. But they don't have anything to punish it. Not a thing. They have a couple of heroes, which will be about it. And even if they shoot us up a little bit, there's no spears that are here in the front yet. They'll be able to get there pretty soon. Is it worth it? Probably. Because we're going to be able, I think, to get in beforehand, and then we just want to get the cav here. You know, forest penalties hurting us a lot here. But of course they don't know where we are. Now, we probably won't do too great against him here on this harass, but we could do okay. It's about trying to get these picks in the well here. This is what we want right here. And then away from the spears. Yeah, no, this has already been in too long. We got to get out. Got to be more judicious. Because as long as we don't just run right into spears and we run away kind of quick, they're not going to do that much damage to us. She's got poison volley. This is bad, but not like a disaster. Does she want a duel? She does want a duel. We're going to take this duel now, and it's going to be great. He'll make us very proud, and we'll run off. My idea of a great time. Let's go, boy. He's got better swords now, so he'll be churning through here. He'll definitely win this duel, and quite handily. We just need to get away here, because, like, did they have poison arrows? I don't think so, actually, but we just want to get away here. We didn't have our normal intro thing. You know, these are axe marauders, but he'll win this duel, and that'll make them very upset. Infantry of Jing? Yikes. I don't know what gave them 18 losses, but if it was you Marauders, it's no wonder that you have lost 11 units. Good thing we got out in time. Like, no, let's bring him back here. The woods is a silly place. We're gonna fire arrow it. Alright, we don't have repeating crossbows here either, but we have tenacity and she doesn't, so we're totally gonna win. And the tempered deflection actually works really well because she doesn't have an axe. So, you know, it gives you solid melee evasion for the duel. But his tenacity is boosted all the way up, you know, so he is hitting well, and she is not evading that well, you know, so he's getting it done. All right, we could circle up here. We've got formations, and just in time. because that will get us better everything. Formations are really cool. You know, they change your stats in a lot of ways. And here we'll win this duel. Everybody else has left it. You know, they're like, whatever, totally over it. But here, you know, 70% armor or 70% shield. At that point, it's like, I don't, like, let them shoot you, right? If you can't do anything about it, just let them shoot you. Because, I mean, spear guards with 90% armor, obviously, that's even better. But, you know, if you get them into a situation like that, the computer's going to still take these shots, you know, and then they're going to be spending a lot of their time and focus on that. And hopefully not on what is more productive, like the fact that you have just defeated them in a duel. Good job, Gongsun. Good job. Alright, and we have emerged victorious. Boom. And that is, of course, the right time to identify whoever on this field works for the guy and give him a mighty charge. But now they're coming in with their spears. Let's not go in there. It is a silly place. But now hitting on the merc archers there. Alright, what we want to do is shoot at the spears. Everybody at these spears, but then here we want to hit this merc archer here and here. They're trying to overflank very broad. That's not going to be that successful. We're just going to try to run up and around here onto the archers. There's really quite a lot of archers here. And if this blob fight can work for just a little bit of time, that'll be nice. We need to get on these bandit warriors. Oh, wow, she got tuned up. Something. Maybe she charged accidentally in there. Maybe she got... Maybe a big volley there actually, like, all hit her. I don't know. Normally, I thought it was just crossbows did it, so maybe she got hit by a charge reflect, right? Maybe she ran into a spear. But you know, this one unit of axes is gonna do all the work we need here, right? The cavalry is just running away, but that's okay. Because this one unit of axes, until they caught up with them, but yeah, these guys are, the swift skirmishers too, they're actually great at fighting, aren't they? They have 53 melee attack, or melee damage, so yeah, they're amazing at fighting, actually. So we, I did not know that. We did not know who we were fighting. Who are we fighting here? Zhu Huang has just picked up people from other factions, and I didn't know. I just thought, like, okay, green, we'll be good. Oh, geez. Alright, so now we need to get over here. Well, the Cav can get over here, and that should be able to make a difference. These circles can go over here. Yeah, these sword guard, yeah, they get sandwiched in here, but I think maybe, yeah, now that we've stopped the flank, they'll be back. Yeesh. You know, we might not win this. And we're gonna go here on these swiftfoot spears. How do you do with battle? It's not as much, yeah. I had never seen like a Warhammer style Last Samurai snipe until the other day when like I was fighting with Taishitsi and I like abandoned the fight, and then he just got like straight melted before I knew what was going on. I laughed pretty hard. You know what we need here? It's we need to turn and shoot at all of these guys, because this front is getting wonky, and we need to win everywhere over here. The circles need to stay circles, right? They're the things doing their jobs here. Crucially, I'm like, if we charge in here, will our guys stop running away? Yeah, let's charge in here. We just need them to break, right? We need our guys not to break. And if our crossbows run in, I bet their guys run away, right? It's probably something to do with the sword guards too, but if our crossbows run in, I bet they break. Alright, now here we are in a spot of trouble, right? Because our axe bands don't actually beat these skirmishers in a fight. So we need to make sure that our we're gonna have to old school it, right? We're gonna have to make sure that our infantry stay fighty enough to persist, and we just have to dance around here with our because at least they don't have that many spears, right? But they have a whole lot of these units. We don't have a no, those are spears. Don't, because their archers are better at fighting than our axes are. So this is very, very sketchy. It's no wonder they thought they were going to win this. Look at how, oh my goodness. Dash. Then we'll charge here and here. We get a couple of shots here. They don't have shields, of course. Fire arrow on this blob should get the most damage in here. You know, a lot of their archers are not being very effective here. If we get a rear charge on this block, they probably don't run. At least we got that one hit. Because here, if they run into the trees, that's on fire. And that's very good. And this blob of 7 friggin' units, yeah. Don't run into the spears. There we go. Beautiful work, boys. Here we go, here we go, here we go again. That's my weakness. Spears in the trees. We get a rear charge here. They run. We get in here. Need to push in this way. Alright, they might be back there, but we're just gonna keep pushing here and here and here. Move the archers back now that we do a frontal charge into spears. I mean, it could have worked. It was a terrible move. But you know, it was about sending a message, and that dude did run. But I think we're gonna get it, because I think we've done so much damage to them that they are intimidated, and our morale is holding on fine. He actually does make the hit on those spears in the trees, and it's feeling like the good old days, right? Feeling something like them. You know, Zhu Huang with lots of very good units. Swiftfoot spears, infantry at Jing. You know, mercenary archers are good at archering. But there, we get a charge on them. I can't believe these guys aren't running. Why are they not running? Please run. But I think we're gonna win here. Now, will we be in shape to take the auto-resolve afterward? I probably, right? Because of the way that morale works. But I don't know how much of a charge down we're going to get on them. You know, we might have to back up. But a victory is a victory nonetheless. Even if we can't take the gate pass afterward, we can repeat, you know, that we've taken the field, everybody. And importantly, the Emperor will be impressed. These are bandits, so he won't care, you know, that we didn't succeed. He'll be like, you know, try again. Those bandits can be rapscallions. Now that I'm planning on... Oh, right. Because normal at all, I'm so not used to it, yeah. You know, maybe that... Maybe they always would have been able to snipe them all along. We did it! Hurrah!
全力奋战，则战无不胜。
Yeah, 182 kills on the crossbows, who suffer no damage at all, you know, protect the ranged. This guy has a beautiful retinue, right? Swift skirmishers, which we know from experience now, are very, very respectable fighters, right? 48 swings a minute, I think it'll be lower for us. I think they add more swinging because of that, but still, you know, with 42 melee power, even if it gets reduced some, you're like, these guys, good range, decent fire rate, long Kwong's unit. Okay, yeah. The skirmishers, and then the spears, I mean, good stuff too, you know. 38, sort of fast, but they've got that ability to make them quick and get a bigger charge bonus. They've got very good charge bonus anyway, so like, this is a good retinue, you know. We're gonna employ them.
讨平乱贼，澄清四海，职责所在。
But yeah, those are, you know, we did not analyze them properly, but we ended up, I guess, so she would have been one of these new, no, she was the one who was inside all along. And she also would have come from the faction, which makes sense, because they would have joined them after winning. Liu Chong declares war on Cao Cao. And Yu Fulu gets all of them into a coalition, and now Hu Chuan is joining us, and we promote a character. A lot has happened. And of course, Han Jin, with his negative upkeep for cavalry units, is going to be very nice to get at all. And we know that they're like balanced now. It's only 15 morale, but this is knowledge of the spirits even better than before, right? Significantly better than before. It used to be 18 morale. Now it's 15 morale, 10 hit, and immune to terror. That is so good. Knowledge of the body, still the exact same. And, yeah, so can't wait to get him into stuff, you know. And once again, I know we're not playing the campaign forever, but I can dream. I'll start it over when I need to. Oh, right, we got our guys for the next thing. All right, let's get who can be a good Grand Director. Like, ideally not someone who's going to make anyone upset at all. You know, slightly less charge speed. You know, he'll just be good at it, so why don't we let him do it? And we'll pay slightly more for recruitment cost, and she can be the Grand Tutor. And we know that that guy has very good stuff. We could make him the admin of the Gate Pass, but that would just make the Gate Pass have a very good army in it. And you're saying just, that sounds pretty good, but, you know, again, we might be abandoning this place, but... Oh, they fell victim to one of the classic blunders. Unfortunately... Huh. Alright, this might be a bug. We'll see how that works out next turn, but... Turn 42, Zoyun, Eternal Beauty, appears to appear in this army 2 times. They both have the same age, they have different satisfactions. And maybe levels or items. One of them is the General of Chariot and Cavalry. And the other one is the General who exterminates all the adversaries. So, you know, twins, Basil. And they're together going to exterminate the adversaries. You know, I'm not sure. Not sure. So Yun was up here. There were 3 armies in the neighborhood. It was this army, and then Lu Ji was in another army over here, and with Dong Li, and then So Yun showed up over here, and then now I just looked, and this is getting out of control. Now there are 2 of them. Yes, never a more appropriate time. Alright, and the loot from the character just needed a time to go over. And we can, Get a wisdom here, which is, I mean, probably fine, you know, just gives us food, but... I mean, if your hamstring is so much better than it used to be, the immobilize is quite great, you know. But if he's going to be commanding, we might just take this for that. No, we'll take... He may not be in the field forever. Tier 5 here. No, we needed an army up here. Seems like this army will be good for it, so we'll wait for him to get in and we'll recruit it next turn. This dude has warrior monks, which are pretty desirable and cool, but we'll hold that thought. He's got industrial exploitation. Amazing. Get to work, my boy. Yuntan, what a good pickup. Your father didn't know what a great area he had in you. Hey, it's trending towards 4. What do we do that he liked? We must, Nope, just decay from some of the stuff he's mad about. But look, I'm not gonna just... do what you want all the time. That's a little too far from where we want to be, but, you know, is it though? No, it's fine. Let's take the hit here. Get some kicks. Maybe employ Dongbai. Join me, my girl. Come on, come on. Well, you know. Like, I don't even think Yun Shao's at war with you anymore, Li Shue, so just take the money, whatever. Yeah, he's only at war with his own backyard now. You know, it is 198, and it's time for the warlords to think about what they've gotten out of this. Liu Chong is still alive, of course, because this is the best timeline. Oh, we didn't take the auto there. Well, it's okay. An alliance war, well, that's good. He'll be so happy now that we voted for the same thing. Kuito, who's doing so much better than I did with playing him. But, you know, I found my courage today. My courage means finding guys who have gold weapons and who are the best fighters in the game, and then playing with them. Cao Cao signs peace with Dao Ying. Cao Cao. Cao Cao. What's left for you, man? And a girl is born to us. someone over here has a price on his head. And getting 9 reserves from that one's pretty amazing now that he's a higher level. If we're about to get an army up here, I rotated the map and can't find anything. Yeah, we can do a drill field here. Yeah, so if we had a fiery dude in there, you get war economy, which war economy you get from fiery, relentless, temperamental, or spiteful. So, you know, like some traits that aren't so good. And then you get up, but you get lower food production, but huge boost to industry income. So really cool. Love the, you know, tolerated vices. You know, you get huge commerce income. You know, I think it's pretty cool. Quarantine degrees. Yeah, you can... If your person's sick, you can put them there and be like, all right, now all the sick people can come here. Everybody here is happy, but, you know, not a lot of people want to live there. You know, love it. Very cool. You know, very nice to have benefits for... You know, normally you wouldn't want a cruel person in there, but maybe, you know... 50% replenishment for garrisons and 20% for local armies. So, you know, you put one of these guys in, you know, the gate pass, and then one turn, 100% of them are coming back no matter what type of thing. They do level up, so we can take the incorruptible audits, because it does go for the commanderies around, but yeah, so now at this level... It boosts industry, but you start losing reserves for it. So is that really desirable? You know, forces you to... And here, you know, you get a web of industry boosts, but lower food production. Can we afford it? Let's try to afford it. Looks like we can afford it all right. Because this is amazing, right? This war economy thing is so good because, again, you don't have to have it in the important thing if your commanderies are in a chunk, because they're going to be able to give the adjacency bonuses, which, thanks for pointing that out to me. Anyway, I'm going to be right back, because if I drink a Mountain Dew, like, right now, then I can finish before it's too late to finish it. And I'll be right back with more of this. And, man, I'm having so much fun in this campaign. I mean... It's good that we're finding bugs sometimes. No, I'm just playing. Y'all know that I am both laser focused on enjoying myself and on doing my duty. And on going to get a Mountain Dew. 3 lasers focusing distinctly in, I don't know, a pyramid. We'll work on this symbolism. I don't want to make it look like I'm building a pyramid. I'm not that much of an Egyptian dude. Alright, alright. He doesn't love when you agree with him, he just hates you when you don't, right? He's just like me. No, you and Chao and I are not the same. We just share a lot of personality traits, unfortunately. Oh yeah, we deserve this. We won. You are a bandit sentinel, are you not? What do you have to say for yourself? Started with Zulong, healthy, pacifist, clever, thief. Well, I'm sure that if your thieving days are behind you, you've got swift skirmishers and swiftfoot spears. This is a pretty good retinue. Why don't you just work for me? He's very stylish. And here when we can pay the 4K, you know, the cheap pass is very good as a place to hang out over here and threaten them, because while the internal here is a little wonky, you know, our value is not tied up in the center of the mountains here. And Yuan Shao, you know, we're worried a lot about him betraying us, but he's got his own problems, right? And he's still like a second marquis. He's just barely a marquis like me, you know. He's probably been spending all of his money on yellow buildings. Yeah, look at that. That's the yellow building. I know that one. You know, he's just been very focused on trying to seem prestigious. But we're all wearing the same stuff, you know. Alright, and the learning buildings does indeed mean schools, because these building times are back down to expected parameters. This was at 1 and this was at 3. So there we go. We know the learning faction thing works. Huzzah! Because it's over now. Alright, now this one we just want, what, a granary? Yeah, because this is the place that we build one of the things so that we can get tech, but we want the granary tech. Probably. I don't think we have another one. If we go to tier 5 here, we get another spot. Can we afford it? Yes. We were going to build another army. Like, I actually wanted it to be Unjing, but he's on assignment.
廉洁奉公，忍受苦难。来人，禀报一下近况。
Might be getting into some trouble here. No, don't say that about yourself. Emperors are bad. Now, ideally, we'll have like a purple person here, which is gonna be. Come on, game, don't be like that. You know, I think it's that we right-clicked a thing. I think we got a crash for moving menus too quickly there. That just happens when you go to right-click a character, especially. Yeah, I think we busted it. Yep, there you go. So the mod log or the front end, you know, we can copy both of them. We're just gonna, because I found them. I don't think this crash is going to be that useful, actually, but we can start. There we go. Doing my civic duty. There's Crash 1. Time to load up the game again. Also, I got to clean out my keyboard, man. There's some dust or Mountain Dew, for all I know, underneath the control key. But it's just been like a year and a half since I cleaned it out. I think it's mostly dust. My poor, long-suffering keyboard. I've had this keyboard for like, you know, like 10 years now. 10 and a half. It's a wonderful keyboard. You know, you can hardly blame it for having some trouble every now and then. Alright, so here we're not going to forget to take this place. You know, it might actually make things worse for it. I'm sure it'll be fine, though. You know, when you go back in time, you get to replace the problems of the past. Which now we'll be able to cancel this guy's assignment. He'd been there for one turn, and we immediately wanted to put him out into the field. Iconic. Classic and timeless. Master Crafter? When did we get you? I mean, we actually might want that in another battle. You know, we'll put that in the next time we do. You know, we might pull him out. No, you know, he can just wait right now. I mean, he won't stay there forever. When the faction pops, he comes with me, and they don't have any land anymore. He's still at war with our bandits and stuff, so. And hopefully, Xu Huang will come to me. I imagine that he will. I imagine it. That's the same as thinking he wants our military support against him. Well, yeah, of course. Obviously. Sure thing. Couldn't be happier, Yuan Shao, than to find common cause with you, my best pal. And he actually apparently just trucks on Zheng He's army there. Zhang and Xu Huang are the one rings to your Clatfield. Yeah, Xu Huang is... that's my boy. Zhang, this might be the playthrough that makes me believe in him, you know. Because I haven't gotten him in so long... since I was a very, very inexperienced player. So even though I would have immediately appreciated how good he was, you know, we never got the chance to appreciate it. And whenever we fought him, we always cheated, you know. We ran up and, you know, Wisdom of the Rivered him type of thing in a duel. But yeah, Zheng He gets beat up quite badly there. But we know that his unique units are very good. These skirmishers are real fighters, right? Because... so just analytically, right, this is a hybrid unit. This is a hybrid purple unit that happens to be a perfect bowman. It doesn't have a shield. It's got 30 evasion, 39 armor, and it swings and fights better than Saber Militia does. Right? It's, I mean, it doesn't have the shield armor, so maybe a little worse. But still, it's very, very, very strong. Of course, you are paying only 123. He must get a discount on him. I'm like, I thought I was paying 200. But very good unit, you know, and that's great. You know, it's good for a unique unit to be awesome because that's what defines a faction, you know? That's what makes it what it is. But yeah, we're paying 145 for him, so I mean 145. The spears are fine. I really think the skirmishers are where it's at, right? Because anything that gets on them, and they even have 95 charge bonus here, so anything that gets on them that's like purple or green is going to have their work just as cut out for it as if they were fighting something that, you know, wanted to get charged. So a very cool unit, right up my alley. You put them in front of your archers that don't want to get punched, and then before long, you're off to the races. Now, getting the even better garrison would be good, but this is the one that's got, you know, armored archers and heavy G infantry and stuff. This is the garrison that's the real thing. Of course, they didn't have any of that because bandit garrisons are not the best. But here we can... I'm like, we don't want to hit them, actually. If we go here, this is good. We go to ambush, and maybe they'll try to... Maybe they'll try to go somewhere that we can hit. We use a little bit of supplies here from climate, but we know that this army has gigantic numbers there, and then we will... That's awesome, awesome. That's so cool, man. You work amazing. That is quick and awesome performance. Now Shanjing here, he is an admin somewhere, I think, but maybe not. Maybe we just had him in a... I could look. I'm like, that's the... No, he just has like a... Oh, this was the army we had that we dropped, you know. Why don't we just put him into this army? Because he's already got the recruitment taken care of. Actually, I think we don't have that much of a discount on it. We've got a little bit of one. Yeah, we'll get him out there because I want him more than I want somebody green here, right? He's got the sword still. Can duel somebody. I like that the armor is significantly different there. We'll give him this nice sword and shield. It's what he deserves. What? Wuhan Lancers? Wuhan Lancers? Wuhan Defenders? We can finish. All right, yeah. Let's get a move on then. We need to complete this quest up. All right, repeater, regular. Like, we don't need to drop the regular archer when we're getting this one here. Can we get a cav archer? No, let's just get... We need something red here. There we go. Where was this? Indeed. Indeed. Oh no. We wasted the turn. Oh no! Ah, why? It's fine. She has the CJI. It actually is fine, right? Yeah. After all, even if she does besiege it, then she'll be there and we'll be able to attack her as intended. And by that I mean get her on my side. There's a lot of great, stories in the Mongol mythos, the ethnogenesis, the formation of the state, but there's this one time when Temujin's getting, he's on his way to a wedding and they get betrayed and they're out, like, they got no horses, they got nothing, and then there's like one single horse that's just sort of like wandering through the steppe there with them. They run it down and then, they get food there, and they boil it up in the horse hide, and then everything eventually gets better for them. But good, good stuff. You gotta make it work. Yuan Tun keeps on having children. Good for him. Command the armies of the realm. Recruit and maintain a total of 45 units at the start of the turn. Lu Xun declared war on Gongsun. Lu Xun. And then we have to engage this guy in combat. Huh. 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 Welcome to the party, buddy. My favorite guy. He looks like a villain, but he's a nice dude. And we get to the Mosi and the Imperial Bow. Alright, so here... Oh boy, he's got... They've got like a real army. Well, hopefully this one will be able to get put together before they attack us with it. Oh, the White Horse Raiders are 40, but the White Horse Fellows are 60 in number. I see. But he comes with the Sovereign of Blades and the Lord's Will, which gives Unbreakable to the army, the White Elite, the Colonel of the North Army, and the Clade Aug. He is the Purple-Eyed Wanderer. If it works as intended, he can't do anything but chill there. So we just, we kick on and then we come out, because this is pretty big, pretty big damage there. Veterans upon veterans. But if he does besiege our capital, then we have, all of this help here, and I'm sure we'll be fine if he does, because this is a lot of help. Even though some of it's still mustering up, Plenty of help indeed. And if they wait one turn to do it, then we'll be almost put together. He is level 8, yes. Yes, he is. And if he joins us at the end, that'll be pretty cool. Because if you get this, you pop him, he comes in at level 8, and then he joins you or something after you defeat him, right? That would be pretty sweet. And then you get this gigantic monster of a general for winning this race. And that'd be cool. Straight to dragons. Now we are running out of money. But this army doesn't need to be so expensive anymore, or indeed to exist anymore. We drop her, and we're fine. She is the administrator of Hedong anyway, and then this army runs up here.
至柔如水，以应万变。一
We're
往
just
无
gonna
前，
bounce here. And if she wants to besiege our town,
千层
then
波
she'll be
浪，
locked in here with
充实
me.
巨言。
And if she wants to run onto the river, then that's not the Lucci I know. Okay, yeah, we've got our faction council for the first time with all of our guys up. So let's see the new ones. Reward heroism. Came back from the field with the enemy standards. 6,000 experience on a click. Very nice. And 40 satisfaction. Awesome. These, I think... Summon a physician. Does this remove an injury? Is that new? That's pretty cool. But removes one lingering injury or illness from the character. Because that's different than the other trait thing. But maybe that's something going on. And then... normal stuff there. Demaim, exactly. Here's an eye. Click. Expand the Black Office. Here we go. Gives you negative upkeep costs for new spies and cover per turn when spying. I was hoping that if we got some spies, we would see something there. And there is a cool spying thing. Very cool. Mirror first card, right? And then we've got Unmask the Informers, so you can be better at spying, making their spies cost a lot more. That might be a one. And Bribe the Quartermasters, where we can make this army, you know, bad at stuff. But yeah, awesome. So the positive, yeah, you can roll the positive trait here, get the physician thing, retrain the retainer. We can spend all of our money fixing them. We don't have that much money though. We don't have enough money to test if these things actually work because. No, we will be able to make sure that the physician one works, right? Because he'll only have like one thing there. And then we already know that this one works. Take that and... that'll be good enough. Alright. And yeah, you know, where once he had something wrong with him, it's now definitely gone. That's awesome. I actually totally love that. I've always wanted to stick the eye right back in my beloved Lucci's head. Give her a glass eye. She could see just fine. Love it. Check what Trady's had. You know, we should have checked it before. We can reload, because we saved before we did it. Didn't we? I remember doing it. Yes. Should have checked beforehand. Indeed. Like, I just assumed it was legal and that it would go away, but we should have seen what we were getting rid of.
汉作凌迟，急需圣贤匡辅。前路虽有宵小之辈阻拦，但可诛之。主公兴荣，则天下兴荣。
Alright, so Huchuan is lame. But, you know, he will walk. And once again it works, and my man is standing up. He is a happy guy. Good stuff. Oh, this horse gives 10 melee evasion. Well, you know what that means. That's even better than the Black Elite is, isn't it? Totally is. A little slower, but you know. The price is right. We're gonna get you into battle, and we'll give you something decent then, buddy. We're gonna take your bow, though. Here, have this dog. Got a little bit of that dog in him. He's awesome, right? He's what has got that market score, and it hurts him, but if he's got the mending, it'll counteract it, like, the whole time. So he can just be like looking scornfully at people and then like being like, king in the castle, making himself feel much better about it. You have to capture if you don't, he enters the pool. Cool, cool. Well, I sure hope that I get the stuff, you know. Mighty Knockback own retinue makes any commander into my favorite part of a vanguard. But here we'll just... Alright, cool. Bum, bum. Yeah, let's just do that. It'll also help to keep these fools happy. He's level 5 already? Wow, wow, wow. Oh, and he's got the martial law set, which... I'm part of it. This horse, he gets sniped to his own retinue, which of course is very good. Hidden Strike is still very respectable, and of course now the Sentinels have like pretty normal HP amounts, so him running around and slowing folks down would be pretty good. And of course at level 5, his retinue is crummy, but he is a beast. So we'll be able to get him out somewhere before too long. And I mean, maybe not today. The Gilded Turtle? From the set item thing? Yeah. So, really the GF Heavenly Mandate is supposed to be worn with a Gilded Turtle to give 10% armor to your whole army. But I can't take away this weapon that is totally amazing just to make the army better. It's too good. I need another spear, not Luigi's. I mean, if we took it from her while she's alive and then we can give it back to her later, you know, that'd be one thing. Oh, we're broke. Were we already doing that one? I think we were already doing that one, but that's okay. We pay for it again. Now here, the commerce boost probably won't matter too much, but we'll just get him out here to do something with his time. That's why everybody is going to be on assignment here, just to give them to do something with time. You know, we have this huge public order here from the garrison and everybody, you know, we might as well put everybody on assignment, right? If only we had a teacher assignment. It's okay. Hopefully Chunyu Chong will do something productive with his life at some point. I'm sure I'm not the first person that knows him to say that. Just a little joke, we like to have fun here. That guy gets to level 4. We're not having satisfaction problems somehow. I guess everybody just gets along. That's good. Whenever I think of Gongsun, I think about a court where everybody gets along. An alliance war against him? Yes, very well. Hanfu with 53 food, my man. Going nuts. Yubei gets so stymied here, but you know, he at least will find a way to declare war on some guys, and Lulu has sabotaged my stockpiles. Unthinkable. Oh, that's right here, yeah. Well, the thing is we're going to be able to chase her down, right? Right? Yes, right. We were able to chase her down. And we'll get a duel with her, and that should... Siege the capital again. Fair enough, you know, gotta get ready. And importantly, if you... it's sort of a bad surprise, right? If you spin up that army anywhere, because often you'll get an army because you need it to be somewhere, and then it's like, surprise! Alright, and we just want to go pick a fight. A fair fight this time. No, not you. Yeah, there we go. Because importantly, when they're in a duel, the elemental vigor, those abilities start kicking immediately, even though they're posturing on horseback. So that's pretty good. She popped her ability, but you know, it didn't. She didn't hit me. We did hit her. We've got that big evasion, right? But they, of course, have been up much more than they can shoot here. Just like we wanted them to. And our boy beats our beautiful, perfect girl. He was cheating. We gave him a good weapon. If we didn't give him a good weapon, she could have won. She probably would have won anyway. But it's okay. We can find it in our heart to love more than one character in the game. I guess we could love everybody's favorite, Zhao Yun. the garrison to help. I think it's totally a little fight. Yeah, I expect so. You know, the especially depending, like, if they have the siege AI right, well, that'll be pretty annoying. But if they just, like, built a thing and tried to attack, well, then at least we would get a sweet defense. But even with the garrison, yeah, because it's not, you know, we've got a garrison plus the garrison building plus 2 archer militia and 4 repeater crossbows. That's not nothing, you know. 4 repeaters gets its work done. If we can be careful, that'll shut down, like, you know, all of their silly little guys. Their cavalry. Wish we had Zhao Yun there to duel them. Be okay. Right, I get starved out indeed. Because we only have probably 55 reserves there.
Ha! 敌军士兵正在溃逃。
Of course, the good thing about fighting against cavalry armies is the casualty numbers are lower, and that's what the Emperor cares about. He just cares about the casualties, or the population of a major city that you take. But for these wars here, you know, so yeah, it would be like 3 favor, I think, that we lose here. Just 1. Yeah, we're fine. And of course, we will release our beautiful girl again. Come back and see me. Work for me, Lu Ji. You're too good for these people. I'll fix your maimed face. It'll be fine.
都是为各自信念而战罢了。
志行天下。
But she leaves our lands here, so at least there's that. We don't get that beat up, I think.
心运良谋。
Oh yeah, because they take the reserves. Well, we
平定
could.
天下。
Nah, we'll just keep it here. The reserves aren't that much of a problem. Tong Yuri, we love you. Are you a spy? Don't be a spy, girl. How could you be a spy, girl? You're so good. When she marries into your spouse, faction leader, or whatever, you get 15% ammo for archers. Premium. Alright, yeah, so we've already, yeah, we only got the 1 turn of recruitment, but we do have our guys here. But yeah, we'll drop in soon, so if we hit them here, we can night battle them. Now that does leave us with, you know, we still get our reinforcements, of course, because that's how night battle works, but man, look at these cavalry, like, how are we going to deal with that? We don't have enough... But we do have a very, very large contingent of our, well, you know, if we back out over here. Because if we can get them out to get them shot up, then we will be totally fine at dealing with this. They don't have so much that they can just... We crashed. All right. Don't think we need this, but we're gonna... get it listed in there, just in case it's relevant. Gotta go to bed. Well, good night, Luke. We're gonna try to do this fight.
你掀起狂风，枝上花瓣悉数离落，旱作凌迟，急
But I
需
guess we
圣
should
贤匡扶。前路虽有宵小之辈阻
we'll
拦，
actually save it
但可
too
诛之。
because we'll want to test to
主公
see if
兴
he's
荣，
got the
则
AI. I
天
mean, I
下
guess that
兴
could
荣。
just be looked at, but if he will attack the city or if he'll just starve the whole thing out.
贼兵寇城，
Because
我军
being starved out is, like not cool. Oh, this is. Oh, the crash happened here. Well,
作乱为祸之徒，不得其死。都放了吧，谅他们不敢造次。
And we didn't capture her to release her that time, but what are you gonna do, right?
志行天下。
I'm like, did that register? Show me the save files. I think I typed it in and then it populated it after I had typed it, but
Alright,
let's see if we can win. Now he has the captains at the top right, and they're even scarier than the rest of them. But we have our night battle. That's right, he's got mighty knockback on his whole retinue. It's going to be really rough, huh? Let's see how it goes.
计划周密，吾等战无不胜。
我们势不可挡，敌人不堪一击，来战吧！
Alright, so we're just gonna try to back up and then see what happens. Yeah. So we have basically nothing here, but if we get all of our troops into position, that'll give us something before they get here. Because what they want to do, of course, is get into position before all of us get here, but I think we'll have enough time.
做好准备，顽强不屈。做好准备，做好准备，弓箭。时机已至，
Oh,
加快速度。
yeah, the White Horse Raiders have fire arrows, so we absolutely want them hitting things here.
抓紧，跑起来！快点，变阵，抓紧，加快步伐，准备就绪，走步，听令，准备就绪，准备好了，追，快点，加快速度，加快，一定就绪。
So what we need is to shoot at them and get like some fire arrows at all up in the air and then run away immediately. Just enough to set the forest on fire so they have to go through it. Run away immediately. Don't lose anything. We might lose like one model. Hopefully we burn down the forest some here. The thing is, we don't have... There's a lot of stuff we don't have. But crucially, we did get the forest on fire with that shot, so that's everything we needed it to be, right? And our towers have fire arrows. Our towers have improved arrows from the thing, I think. So that is very clutch. You know, we just need to defend them then. That's what we need to do. We need to defend the excellent towers. Because the thing is here is we actually have, because we have so many more troops on the battlefield than they do, we have this sort of defense in depth thing. So if we can draw them in here, which we can, this is perfect. This is amazing. This is everything we need it to be. Because they are here getting shot down entirely by our ranged here. So there's their cav archers. Here's their cav archers. They get tuned up so bad. That's 4 whole units. They only got 18. 21. But with all of these units that we have, here in the middle, this is so much range to hit them. And while we don't have all of the defense in depth that we would want, this much heat is a power all its own. Yeah, look at that. They just get melted. Outrageous power. Look at all of that. Look at all of that heat. Of course, once they start getting inside, it's going to get worse for us. But if we just go in here and hit them with the pain there, and then we'll drop this, run in this way. They've got shields. So they don't really have that much. They don't have really any classical units. So yeah, I think we've already won, right? I think we've already won by our superior setup. But we do have to deliver on this belief. We need to surround them here, because at any point we could start breaking our morale. But this will be very nice here. Oh, the Saber Cavalry. Yeah, the Saber Cavalry. How are we going to deal with them? We might not be winning, but we could be. Because for all that... Well, the thing is... we've got a gigantic amount of ranged units here in the back. And they're all basically online. So, that's really good. We're just going to keep on thinking that they won't be able to get on top of us, and it'll be true. We want to get around into the back of this one here. Oh yeah, look at the arrows are blinding out the sun. These guys have big armor and big shields, and they're still not having a great time here. But of course, if we can just keep on bouncing around and cycling our charges in, then eventually one of these charges is going to be very good indeed. And the other ones are just hanging out in the forest here, but there we go. That'll help them some. Oh goodness, what are we running into there? No way of knowing. But fortunately, we're doing okay on this front-ish. Although if we don't get some help in here with these big cavalry before too long. So it says they're northern, but they're not running away afraid like a northern unit should. No, they're not. But here, we just need to get these guys in on these saber cav. Because again, if this front runs, then all of our very effective shooting or moderately effective shooting will be not shooting anymore. Fortunately, our towers have been towering up just fine, and here we get a big, big, big boost on our power here. Need to get around this way, need to get around this way. But here we go. We're going to hit him with the Wisdom of the River here. And it hits absolutely everybody, and I think... Yeah, plenty of them are just very, very brave, right? But that'll only last them so far. Because if our... There's only 13 of them here is the thing, so they're still going to get shot up pretty badly by our arcs here. It's a lot of dudes we have in the back here, but there... A lot of our guys are fleeing, but there we go. The Wisdom of the River clicks right on time for all these Northern G infantry to get tuned up. And the strategist just running in, trying to get the work in. And now, look at him running. Getting exactly what we need done, and exactly when we needed it done. Now we only need a couple of fire arrows here, of course. But we need to get engaged here. They've, you know, we've dealt with most of that here. But when we run in here, because of course our, they're all facing this way. These Swiftfoot Spears have fought like champions, right? Oh yeah, we could have made them immune to fatigue this whole time. But the great thing is that we know we've got it. We know we've got it. We're big heroes. Look, get a retinue at your place. We did it. We did it with our two full armies. Wow, what a fight. What a brawl. Totally worth it. I'm so proud of me. I hope you're all proud of me too. We do it. The contest of the Northern Champions is complete. Gonna give you nightmares. Why? Did you think we weren't gonna win? We did great. Hey, I can't imagine doing better than that, right? We took a beat up army and nobody special to fight some really great guys. We did it. Huzzah! Some people like having nightmares.
思维迅捷，则可避其锋芒。
Just shooting retreating units. Well, you know. We lose Imperial favor for it. Outrageous.
吾等需要精兵良将。
Alright, so we've attacked it, which means we prove our worth. Can you attack it, lose the fight, and still do it? We've got the save beforehand, so we'll be able to test that. Maybe if we attack it in battle and then you still lose, that's all you need to do in order to win. And we gain these kernels, which of course when you throw them on, you do like lock it onto the person for a while, maybe forever. But you also do lose a little bit of replenishment, but get 25 movement range, so we get a lot of those guys. The Colonel of the Northern Army. Yeah, because he's right there now, but if we roll up on him here,
迅速出击！
the balance of power makes it a decisive victory.
智取胜于强攻。看压他们，只能消耗我军辎重。
And he's eliminated somewhere. We did it!
冷静沉着。
I don't think this guy's gonna attack me now. That'd be really annoying if he did.
不露声色。
If he waits one turn, we'll be fine. We got a whole ton of money from post-battle loot there. This... This guy's probably a spy, but he's got a bunch of good stuff. He's probably a spy from Hanfu. I don't hold that against him. But I'm gonna take his engineer and this Huatuo's manual, which gives 15% general health. Yeah, you don't need that. Bye. Worth. Just have him join your army on defeats his army fields. That would be excellent, yes. And then, of course, quite a feather in the cap for the winner, right? You know, you get this very strong guy, you get access your good units, you know, and here's our dragon dude. Do we want any more here? Pretty far away from the prestige there. If we just, you know, we could build like granaries and then unironically sort of make everywhere better. Why would it not? Do we want to do this? You know, any money we spend on econ is going to pay off basically immediately. No, this army doesn't need to be here anymore. We're chasing down them. Probably never to find, right? No, there we go. We get them. This was the army that would have joined our faction if that one crash hadn't happened, but... Speaking of, she joins us again here. It was meant to be.
向前进军。
And Chun Yu Chong is besieging Wong Kwong here, which is very good for him, right? And it looks like Yuan Shao's got some Xiongnu cavalry now. We didn't see it in his troops for a while. Maybe Well, Ufalo is working for him, so maybe that's in there, but... Alright, well, we've got here is Shanbei, but they're like far away. Seems good. And the Contest of Northern Captains, you know, we've already gotten there. It still says... Oh, and so we could see what lands will be called. Hanfu is the knight who says Nia. And then Gaogan is Bing. I'm going to turn up the taxes for a second. Just to make a little more. The faction support will go down a bit, but you know, just to make a little more. We're moving on the south there, you know, now that Kuito has taken Shofeng and all that, because this is like, you know, this is a classic carving up of the map, right? You know, a broad northern coalition formed of a bunch of happy people and under the watchful eye of Yuan Shao. Getting things together. Zhu Huang takes this land, which is not so good for him, right? Because that, we know, will put him into a position where he doesn't have, you know, the regionless benefits anymore. But we might drop this army, because if we can't go up here and beat it, then we might just drop it, because we can recruit an army over here and run it down. I think we can't beat it, right? Because this is, well, I mean, they just took it, but yeah, it's still... Yeah, we dropped our strategist. That's would have been what we would have needed. But... he takes an A, good for him. Kong Rong is our enemy. No, it's Cao Cao's enemy. He's our alliance enemy. Right, it's up at the top. Got it. The brothers are hanging out. And, you know, they don't appear to be paying too much for things here. Zhongfei, you know, just paying reasonable amounts for his stuff. And then the archer militia being nearly free, of course. The militia being nearly free for him, and then I guess his militia are 89, so the rest of theirs are discounted a lot. But you know, they suffer from lower family estates. And that's just how you sort of counteract it. Miju, who is the father of Lady Mi, of course. Of course.
不要分心，召集众人，有要事商议。
Drop the archer militia for regular archers.
行事谨慎，可称机敏。
You know, we got it done. Very proud of our boys. Very proud of our boys. Big experience there to go around, I think. Need to extract him. Bandits aren't really good at anti-spying, I don't think. Yeah, so his faction effect, Rebellion Total War, gives Scare 20%, 25% all damage when attacking, 50% charge bonus, 25 melee attack rate, yeah. And avoid ambush, yeah, you know. All the things we were trying to do to him. But we're just gonna chill there. We don't wanna spook anybody there.
谨遵命令。很荣幸再相见。
You know, nobody else is fighting them. We might as well peace out. Yeah, so we'll just hit him with the taxes here, because, you know, dealing with this is annoying. This is not what we want to do. We want to deal with the problems up here.
准了。
Taking the general is not our priority. Taking the general, the Emperor's not our priority. You know, we
势如狂澜。
whipped up on them here. Now we can.
威加海内，乱世遂定。
正在行进。
Yeah, we'll use this army to roll up this one.
拿起武器。
Ultimately, do we need a holding force over here? Not really.
遵命。参见大人。
Now, ideally, we would get the gate pass up to the next level, but, you know, dropping that army does get us a lot of money, plus the taxation and everything, you know, it's all kind of, oh, and the Diplo. Can't forget that we're making 1,000 from the Diplo. All of it coming together, indeed. Right. Yeah, so the Path of Glory is ticking down. We only have 9,992 more turns of it. Which is pretty disappointing. Like, what
至柔如水。
are we gonna do? What are we gonna do in a couple thousand years? Oh yeah, so we can... These Warriors of the Western Guards are like a juiced up version of the G Infantry, so why not reward ourselves with a couple of them? Do we want to get another White Horse Fellow? There are 60 of them in the unit. They are amazing. They are doing the work. Kind of like what we had going on with the army comp, though. But they are really good at running down various things, shooty enough. It's expensive. We can wait. I think getting these guys in, though, the Warriors of the Western Garden, that'll be a nice little chunk of power. Alright, because they tank this place's reserves. I'm like, why don't we have reserves? I keep forgetting and remembering all over again. So he's the shield of the Borderlands. 5% range block chance own army? Well, that's actually pretty sweet, isn't it? Yeah, all these guys are nice, yeah. So I want to get another army up here and then fight against these fools who have not turned their pain away, and you know they've got some White Horse Raiders in there, but White Horse Raiders are not White Horse Fellows. No, not at all. We can shoot them up. Hopefully. Anyway, I'm so proud of me. We won a couple of clutch fights. And, you know, got to see a couple of things for, you know, the benefit of all of us, too. There we go, build a Granara. So now we won the contest, you know, we've achieved peace, we're making plenty of money, and we're gonna roll up Xu Huang, and we, you know, released him a couple of times, so my man hopefully has faction fondness for us and not other people. And the Wuhuan people up here, you know, they've been good neighbors to me the whole time. Sad to say, but you know, how long will that last? It's because they're fighting Liu Bei and Hanfu, so they keep on trespassing over my land, but I'm like, whatever, you know, I'm gonna allow it. He can get a cataphract that's dramatically better than this Lancer Militia. Let's go ahead and roll them up. Yeah, Swift Skirmishers ×3, a Swiftfoot Spear and Infantry Jing. This guy has been all around the world getting great. Yeah. Spent time with everybody. Oh, because Xu Huang probably had the infantry of Jing through the bandit network. They probably went right to there in the bandit network, and that's where they came from there. And, you know, the bandit network probably explains the other stuff, too. Why didn't I think that the bandit network would explain it? Also, these Swift Spear Archer dudes, if they're there, then they're going to be the kings of my heart for sure.
每一步都颇具智慧，该处理一下政务了。
Just run in here, get a little bit of this. Our faction support is slowly and surely rolling up. We can hit this industry here, yes. As soon as somebody can do industrial exploitation, they never get to do anything else again. Like, I don't know, didn't you say you were going to consult on the mine? We really could have used you out there. Zoltzi Hungba is the man of the 50-foot mustache. We must take him as a spy. Y'all don't love him like I do. But he's a real guy. He's a charmer. He's got a 50-foot mustache. Some say it is only 49 feet, but it is 50 feet. Boom. Plus, I love a bandit champion, right? I love a bandit champion. Mending is one of those abilities where even if I only use it once or twice, in my heart, I've used it 50 times, and I've gotten more value than you've ever imagined. We're going to say it's better to be brave. We know that our son is a brave one. And he's been promoted to Incense Master. Good for him. But we're hoping that, yeah, so this looks like it should be the end of their faction pretty soon, depending on what they do. You know, they're on the back foot here a little bit. Just gonna wait here for the supplies, I think. If we go to tier 5 here, we can get something that's beneficial. We've got enough food to do it. Might as well. Hedong is a rich commandery. It's a good one to lean into. Well, getting one there would be even better, though, as that's the true heartland. Take the population growth there. We're a major threat, but you know, they'll get over it. Our friends mad at us anymore? No, they're back to feeling okay with us. The enemy of the Han thing barely matters to them, and the other values, whatever those are, you know, he really likes us. We've got a lot of trade now. Why will no one trade with us? Probably because they don't have open slots. But here, if we get military access with Yu Biao, who has 100 grand, we can probably just get him to give us, you know, yeah, plenty.
你的提案不错。欢迎，朋友。
Subservience rat. Whoever made this, man, they're like, yeah, not a fan. Oh, he is bankrupt. Alright, let's not do this. 'Tis a silly idea. Too broke.
平息战乱。
Thing is, though, is if they move further in here, and then we get another army up here, which we can do before too long, right? Which we could do, like, now, but we'll wait, like, a turn. Spin an army up here, and then we can roll up. I mean, that's the plan, right? That is the plan. Because if we take this land, then that's even better, right? You know, we get this commerce thing rolling on with the trade port, and then, you know, Gongsun, which, you know, no relation, so fighting him won't hurt us. Plus, he's an ally with Xu Huang and Liu Bei. Xu Huang and Liu Bei? That's surprising. I mean, Liu Bei will power around with everyone, I guess. Anyone. We have a couple of filled reserves of the appropriate magnitude. Is it just the place with the granary? Is it the pass? Yes, it's the pass. The pass with 125 gives us the 2 imperial favor. So, you know, that can be pretty good. Levels to go around. We can get a filial out of you. And Volley, you know, I mean, I'm sure Volley does something. I no longer think that nobody's good at anything in this game, right? Now I think that some of the people are sometimes good at something. I guess if you build the faction support buildings too, then, and you got the public order, so these buildings functionally are counteracting all the stuff for your taxes, right? Because if all you need is some faction support and the tax level there, boom, we do it. And I think we can just bust around the taxes a bit. But, you know, if you do that there, with even a little bit of here, you could counteract all of it. You know, you go to the top level, 40 faction support and 15 public order, but, you know, you're already at 15-ish or so if you just get this building up in a few levels, you know, you could get something out of there. So that's pretty interesting. You know, it's like a way to use your gold building to counteract the problems with taxation. And also, you get the replenishment out of them, and that sort of counteracts the replenishment that you drop from the Northern Army thing. So that's pretty cool thematically. And I would imagine might have even been planned. But crucially, the man of the mustache gets rolled up, so Hanjian, that faction should be gone, I hope. And they'll be coming back home to us. So I guess that means we do drop our real army, redeploy it towards the top, and then just sort of hold the middle with friendship for a bit. Oh, he joined the other faction. That makes sense. But we get Hanjian, and that is the one that we wanted the most anyway. But he might be coming back anyway. But we're looking around for Xu Huang and hoping that he joins me, but we'll probably see him under somebody else's flag, you know, it's just, that breaks. Humble aristocrat, get an available assignment for the spouse. Interesting enough. You know, why not give it to him, right? Immune to fear and terror. Armor for the spear infantry. We have 2 more admin slots. And every place has an admin, but... Oh, and the granaries also give you faction support, which, yeah.
平定天下.
But here we've got enough to where only in some places is the faction support going down some. That's okay. It's the spring, time to save it. And look at the council, alright. So send the envoys. Send envoys with gift letters to every hall that will receive them, whether we have a quarrel with them or not. So just a 10 Diplo for all factions, why not? And then there's host a tournament, which will give us dilemmas soon. Alright, that'll be fun. What he wins is yours to direct, what he loses is his to carry. So we will host a tournament and see about that. That seems cool. I've seen some of the stills from it online, but I haven't seen, you know, the effects of it exactly. So here, this should give us a big chunk, and then, you know, the upkeep, it will be nice as well. We will get this army juiced up. The senior mentor ones is there before. These are the ones from before. Provision the marches. Land the salt, the grain, and the felt now. Where there's time and the passes are open. An army that does not starve on the march arrives, able to fight. And this is the one where you get that, this is that one we saw earlier. Immune to regionalist attrition, which we don't think exists. But 10 military supplies, which definitely does exist. And then we can make this guy very upset. Convene the scholars. We know this one. Well, we don't think this one has the thing yet on our update, but maybe it'll happen next time. Buy out their merchants. We will, provision the marches here. This will let us test that. Leave that our finest unattached sentinel takes up the colors. There we go. He's gonna, whoever that is, I hope it's our son. I hope it's our son that's the finest unattached one who hasn't been doing much. You know, and I hope he wins and becomes a champion. We'll see. Go to 5 there. I was saying I might as well have the granary, but if there's anything we can get here, that would be better. There isn't. Alright, so the public order is being listed there, and we will see the dilemmas when we see them. Alright, alright, alright. And Zhu Hong gets eliminated. What we want to do now is... I mean, we want this army in the north. We just got peace over here, and I don't think our allies are going to bushwhack us. We'll see.
大人，有话直说。
Because if we can just get like 2 turns of 7k, you know, we don't have no armies up, so at least there's that. Because the computer always knows when you're not having armies in the field. They're always watching for you to look like you're feeling weak, right? But that's not what's going on here. We're gonna get... If we get the faction support, we can leave the taxes up the whole time. Some of us, some of them are at a little bit under. That's okay. We'll just keep it there. Doesn't hurt anything. Because now Yuan Shao doesn't have these worries anymore. So he's, you know, trying to roll on over, but you know, who knows? Because even taking a beachhead into the Central Plains there on the Shandong Peninsula only gets you so far. Liu Bei getting rolled up after all this time, Yuan Shao just like, you know, feasting his ire there. Okay, so our champion came through the qualifying rounds, mostly local gentry and hopeful sons. So whose victory it was? Is it for the crowd? The renown of the tournament, 15 prestige? Or was it for a bunch of experience, satisfaction, and melee damage? Is it 3,000 experience for everyone? Yeah, he takes the lowest for his own name. The Grand Tournament dilemma is there, but this is on whoever's fighting. Not on everybody. I saw Gongsun's face. Does that mean he's the one that's fighting in there? He gets to level 6. Searing Lunge. Oh, well that's like a Flames plus morale. You know, why don't we take this? Go across the top here to get to fire arrow. Now that we got tenacity, you know, he's gonna need to fight. Yeah, I thought we had a sentinel fighting, but I'm just not sure who it is. Oh, it's him. It says it right there. Alright, there we go. It is indeed our faction heir that is fighting over there. Well, then that means we'll wait a turn. Let him keep on fighting in the tournament, whatever's going on there. I don't know if that's the first round or we're going to get more, or... I'm going to take this. Let's just upgrade this, right? Let's just go ahead and upgrade that one. It'll take a long time, but when it finishes, we'll feel better about it. This one is much more of a throwaway one. This one, you know, this is the gateway for all of this annoyance to come in. Because if he hits us, we'll be able to muster up an army like here, hit him over here. He has no more land on that side, and then, you know, he'll have to go very awkwardly around, or through the gate pass here. Of course, Gagan would go against us too. We shouldn't even dream that our best pal, Yuan Shao, would turn against us, but you do have to dream sometimes of bad things in order to be prepared for any old thing. I acknowledge that Zheng Zheng has come to the council with something, but given that it's a dumb idea, I've elected to ignore it. Peace. Forgot to check in the pool for Zhu Huang again. That's not so good. I mean, he wasn't injured. He probably just went somewhere else. Wang Kuang gets popped. So now, of course, Yuan Shao has, 5 armies up here. He's feeling fine. He's not a duchy still, right? Plenty of children born to our house. Aha! Defeat. He was beating at the visiting champions in front of officers for 3 neighboring commanderies. We're gonna pay his debts. He gets beaten in the list, but we will settle what he owes before anybody gossips about it. And he falls down for 5 turns and hurts himself, alas. We generate the Moyu, which is not that great unless you have the other one. We've got Glamdring here, but we need Orcrist. Like, do we want to give it to you? I mean, who else would we give it to? This guy? I mean, wouldn't be a bad idea. So if we stop him on his collections and get him into the field, but this guy's actually a very good yellow commander, so yellow commander, all the other ones are called commanders. Alright, so this redeploy is going to be very expensive. Surprised we didn't have anything making it worse there.
心如止水，气聚神凝。
准备作战。
Like, I don't think we can quite get him. Yeah, we'll be short
准备行动。
1,000 here, but it'll be all right. Oh right, Hanqian, we absolutely need to get him, being productive.
心怀智略。
That's right. We stopped the commerce here. No, he's doing it now. So we need to get him to level 2 so we can get some good stuff, and then we're just gonna... Yeah, they're all still having a time. Get him going. You get a couple gate passes, and those reserves are all you need to keep it rolling up. And that's the thing. If you're like, man, how is Li Jue making him the Emperor so happy? Well, fill reserves, and Li Jue with the CJI, of course, is never being offensive. They're always, rarely being offensive. They're usually biding their time, which the Emperor appreciates because he likes dithering. We're going to hit that one because we're still going to be able to summon next turn, and this is good. Taishitsi levels up. We get this, which is very nice, and then this admin gets a level 2. She's, of course, not great at being an admin. He'd be better at it, but, hey. Gets to level 5, the unfavored son with the night battles and all that. He's level 5, so he'll be a good for next fight, too. We've got enough characters to support it, and crucially they're not unhappy, so the future of the campaign is assured for however long we keep on playing it. But hey, as long as we can keep on pretending that we're doing what we're supposed to do. And this is great fun. I want to play Liu Bei one of these days, although he won't have the family estates that we've grown to love. You know, I'm now seeing that some saber guys, even militia, you know, can be good in the right context, and how good a gold general, a gold armored, gold weaponed general can really be. I'm sure that Guan Yu can win a duel or two. Cao Cao gets a coalition with Yuan Shu. Unthinkable. But you know, we're doing all right here. We're still rocking out.
准备行动。
勘定乱世。
保卫营地。
Because here, we're just hoping that he gets a little further in.
到此为止了。
Because he's at war with Han Fu, so I'm sure we can get the rest of him in. Because he goes a little further in, right? And then we just rock up in here. He's just taken this off of Gongsun, so we know that we'll be able to roll in that way too. And this is, you know, for all this is a great place to be. This is an even better choke point, right? Because this is right here on the entrance, although they can still roll around the side there.
无以成其高。
Well, it's autumn now, winter next. And even with these two armies in the field, you know, we're still at positive 4K, which is, you know, decent enough with where we are. You know, all we got to do is hold on to this, keep the assignments rolling, you know, and an alliance war against Yuan Shu. Yeah, of course, buddy. Love it. What a great idea. Sure, Cao Cao might be in that alliance, but that doesn't mean we're in a war against him. Oh, Liu Biao is at war with Cao Cao. He has just taken Hong Nong there, so that's pretty funny. Liu Bei is destroyed. You know, I would love to see them in here. Hey, the vertiginous quake! I know this guy. You know, he probably is not a spy, because he is in Tongji, and I don't think we've met him, yeah. We love this guy. His bride, canonically, is somebody, but we always marry him to Yalu. Always. We've done it one time. We're always going to do it forever. He is of the D peoples, of course, so he has his heal, Binding Fury, Peacebreaker, and of course also, where's his real move? He's supposed to have a, yeah, Peacebreaker, that's the splash, yeah. Oh my, he smashes the ground. But he gives melee evasion for spear infantry, so, you know, quite nice. We just need to get him some levels. I love somebody who can heal. Why not you here?
志行天下。
Like, are you raiding Yuan Shao? Like, well, the hot spa here. Oh, actually, like, if you want to take this land, bring storage there, and we just want industry, yes. Yes. I'm sorry, motion support. Of course. Alright, so Matong is our neighbor. He's on the other side of the way. So if we do this, when we do this, oh, this is just joining the war thing. This isn't like a alliance war vote. Like, what if instead I give you a food for nothing, eh? We don't worry about this whole war thing. Kongrong somehow, like, really making a lot of landfall here. Zhongsheng is on the water, not getting back to Leon, where she is trying to live right now, and Hanfu is pushing Kongrong back. I feel like this is the time to try to make a difference against the Northern Tribe here, but actually this is the time to go to bed, and then we'll see what we're doing in the morning. The noisy cricket is born here, and plenty of people are in the pool, but nobody that we particularly care about seeing. Yes, so denounce them abroad. You can give this -20 to send to the accounts of what they've done to every court that will read them, and the worst of it underlined. Whether it's all true matters less than whether it's all plausible, they will find the world colder for a while. Open the silk routes. This one increases our commerce and trade influence. And the spy thing, we can test this by seeing how much it costs compared to normal. Oh no, that's for new ones. We don't have any new. Gets to recruit. It's fine. Yuan-Tan, let's re-roll that. Let's get the industry. So much, wow, making a ton more money off of that Silk Road boost. And no, not really off the Silk Road, it's off the industry trade. I'm like, why? Who canceled our trade agreement? He only has one. I'm like, I sure wish more people would want to trade with me. Maybe when we take this commerce port, it'll be different. I think this guy is like a turban rebellion for this thing and not for me. I'm pretty sure it's not for me. You know, they're all trying to get here. But we'll see if they try to claim the contest too. You know, that'll be important. Hanfu has run all the way over here. And it's just like up in this, but you know... Cao Cao is at war with Han Fu's actually doing super well for himself, right? But Cao Cao is here with everybody. The Fellowship? The Fellowship? What? What are those? An alliance, sharpshooters. Anyway, very cool units. We haven't seen Tiger Cubs yet. So Tiger Cubs we know from the base game are pretty solid. So here they get, you know, the big bonus first infantry that you would expect. And, yeah, you know, they, very quick. They seem a lot like all the other Yellow Cav now, which is fine. I guess they have more armor. Yeah, they're you know, they're notably better. More armor, more bonus first infantry. Yeah. Like, are we worried about Cao Cao's armies? I mean, we could beat them one-on-one, sure. No question, because they would run up with all of this mounted lancer garbage and we would shoot it. It would be great. I feel like I'm playing the dwarves. Feel like playing dwarves. That would be the song that you sing about it. And he is eventually not going to be an enemy of Han. Yeah, that was a long time ago. He doesn't even care about it now. It fades with time. How much trustworthy? Why? Declaring war shortly after breaking deals. I don't remember that. Oh, our alliance is at war with him. I don't remember doing that. Anyway, we're at war with them. For all that I thought we were about to bushwhack him here, it looks like he was trying to fight us all along. Now from here, though, if they cross the river, this is like 10 years to get over here. So what we want to do is, you know, provoke them to mistaken action. Hopefully get them to move up here and run into an ambush. And then from here, you know, we just want to get healed up a little bit more. So same old story. We ambush here. We lie in wait. We patiently await them. If we do this, we get to the massive replenning garrisons, which lets you just like take a place and then feel totally fine in a turn or two. Pretty desirable to double your replen for a garrison, right? Right. Get that one. I mean, like a little bit of public order. We can soak this recruitment hub. That's gonna, you know, that upkeep, because those aren't even the ones that we got earlier, are there? Where's Westergarten? I don't think so. Maybe they were. Yeah, they were. So a little discount there. We get. I mean, these are cool guys. I like them. Love the unique units. And now, you know, I'm totally sold on the rework now. I'll just play Gongsun on every time if I have to. I don't mind. I ain't too proud. But let's see what happens here. But I think we're ending it because I gotta wake up tomorrow and work. No, that's not true. I got rid of my shifts. All right. So crucially, Yuan Shao just rolls up over that guy. He gets beat up in the hills there, and that means that we're going to be able to quite comfortably run over in that direction at him, you know, and at least for now, all's well in China. Haven't seen any duchies, so, you know, nobody's popping off too hard. Won't be too long, I imagine, but, you know, we're on our way to Duke, 172 out of 300, but, you know, it goes gradually and then suddenly when you're going to a Duke. The fields are burning, but we get an exquisite weapon.
志略所指，我之所在。
The dual war axes are probably pretty desirable, right? Because shield breaker. Yeah. Like, well, he doesn't need the craftsman because he needs this architect, but that means somebody else just needs the craftsman. Alright, first up, you get the public order one. There you go. Oh, the Book of Rights. That's even more public order than the one that we've got for the public order.
深思熟虑。
Yeah, why don't you put that on? Alright, well, we've just crashed. That is okay. It is a good time to go to bed. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Hope you've enjoyed. And we'll be back on this campaign tomorrow, I think. Having a great time. Hope you are too. So good night, everybody. Good night, Ironic. So good to see you tonight. Good night, Luke. I think you're already gone. Good night, anybody else that's out there. Good night, Ellie, if you're still here. Good night, all. And I will be here tomorrow. So see you guys.